All right. Yep. Working. And this is working. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's all happening. I've made a mistake with my burrito also. I've been. Yo! Hello, Casey! Welcome in. I made mistakes. Mistakes were made. I kind of coded up some new stuff. This new thing here, kind of new. And while I was doing it, oh my God, it looks terrible. It looks moldy and gross, but it's actually delicious. I'm not going to show you guys my burritos anymore. I've just made an executive decision. Burritos that look moldy do not look good, but I'm going to eat them anyway. It looks delicious. It is delicious. But when I put it in front of the camera, look at it. It looks sad. It's a void burrito with gray. No one wants to eat a gray burrito. How you doing, Goldie? Good to see you. Hello, Casey again. Hold on, I haven't seen your emote yet, Casey. This is cool. This cool hat thing going on there. I like it. I kind of fell asleep last night, but 30 minutes before the end of the stream. You will see exactly where we left off, and we'll pick up right there. Just you wait. I actually did some code off stream, just now before stream, to get this thing going, which is pretty cool. Now I can filter sub-events between specific times, guys. I can be like, between this time and this time, there's a thing. It looks moldy from the green screen. Exactly. Mic up, please. Thank you. Thank you. Always a good reminder. One of these days I'll look into why it actually does that and fix it. Yeah, I finished watching from the VOD. Nice, Casey. Nice. I can't believe you guys are so into what we're doing that the VODs are the place to go look at it. It's like, that's amazing. I have had a good week. Have you had a good week, Burlap? Actually, I really have. I really did have a good week. I managed to stream a bunch. And some other exciting things happened, which we should talk about, guys. We should talk about the exciting things. Nom, nom, nom. The week was pretty good. Nice. Nice. This music's good vibes. But I think I want to go to the debugging hour. Hold on, there's one. And we're going to go to... Should we go side questing? Sorry for jumping around. Yeah, the OG. The OG. We need to build a playlist with all of the stuff across all of Bella's albums. All right, burrito time, because I haven't eaten. This morning, I woke up. I got a bunch of work done. I got a bunch of emails done. What else did I do? I went and made my breakfast and stuff. And then I went to the gym and I did leg day. And so my legs are very sore, which is a big one. That's exactly what we want. Gonna go lurk for a bit. Okay, thank you for hanging out, Casey. Then, after gym, a bit more work. Then I made dinner. Then, I did some very exciting stuff. Okay, I'm just going to spill the beans on this one. I got invited to something very cool. I'm very excited. You can see up here, Lufu's having a birthday party, and she decided to invite a whole bunch of friends to Thailand, and I said I would go. So for the first time in 7 years, is this known? No, I'm not leaking anything. I'm not leaking anything. This is known. This is okay. Fast said I should do this. Fast said I should go here and let you guys know that this was happening and that I should ask for help from the community to do it. Because for the first time in 7 years, I actually, We're going to spend some money on a holiday, which is scary for me because after On Point, I have a lot of work to do to like get back to a place of financial stability. But I figure like, you know, and it's so hard hanging out with these guys sometimes. They're just so successful. I have my passport. It's all sorted. It's not expired. We're good. And you hang out with these really successful people and it's like, to them, you know, they see money differently, I think. You know, they're in a position to do a bunch of stuff. And so here I am going, oh, can we afford this? This looks really nice, but really expensive. And so I'm kind of squinting and going, okay, I'm in. And I'm like, I'm one of the crowd. I can keep up with you all. And it's like, oh my gosh, it's spicy. So what Fass was like, she was like, you know what? Your community might be into it. They think it's an amazing thing. They might be down. So that's going to be our sub goals for the stream. I don't know how many would do, but if we get any subbies, it's going to be towards Fruity's birthday Thailand trip. So that's what it's about. Yeah, straight into it, Goldie. And 10 gifted subs. Hold on. What was do we still have our exclamation mark subathon? Is this still functioning? What was it? What was the command, Goldie? Do you remember the command? Of course you remember the command. You made the command. Holy crap. 10 gifted subs straight off the bat. That's huge. Thank you. That's incredible. Game Jam. What am I doing with subathon? I completely forgot. A gravestone as well, Goldie. A gravestone. Thank you, man. We're going to have to what happens if somebody gets multiple gravestones? My part to chip in. Yo, thank you, Goldie. I super appreciate that. That's really, really, really nice. That's pretty incredible. It counts, man. It really, really counts. Thank you so much. We are 10 subs closer to being able to do this thing. I think I'll do it either way, but being able to you guys support me doing it. Greybeard! Holy crap! 20 gifted community subs! Oh my gosh. And Greybeard, 20 at the same time. 20 also gets you 100%. We don't need to... In addition to helping me go on the Fruity holiday, dude, thanks so much. In addition to that, that's a statue, dude. That's a statue, my man. 100%, that's statue time. Hold on. So that's another statue. Let's get this thing done. So this isn't Danzy, this is Greybeard. Can we do a Gandalf statue? Thank you guys. Holy crap. Straight off the bat. That's all right. Hold on. We made this thing wider. So we're gonna probably, we'll stick it a little bit there. Maybe this section needs to be a bit more narrow. That needs to be way more narrow. We can fix that. Hold on. For maybe there. Hold on, that's not height. A little more than that. All right, 300. We got it up there. Thank you, guys. Incredible. What a way to start a stream. All right, Greybeard. What would you like? Make the gravestones a different texture every 10 the same person does. That's a good idea. I like that. It has to be Gandalf. Nothing less will survive. Of course. Let's kick straight into this, actually. Let's go. We can jump straight into generating these characters. Where are we? Okay, hold on. We're going to go not monsters, and then this is going to be statues too. Excellent. We need describe the physical attributes of Gandalf. Gandalf the Grey. Okay. We can probably give me a copy pasta here. It's knowing that you can't like copy to clipboard. I don't want to copy a link. I want to, all right, we're just gonna, okay, next one. Let's rewind a little back to here. So in the style of the existing images, create a new statue. Create a new statue that looks like a wizard with a giant gray beard and lustrous robes and humble robes. Humble robes. The gray beard is essential. Thank you guys, both of you. That's incredible. Let's kick that off. Let's get that generation going. And then I can keep munching. Holy crap, what a way to start a stream. 30 subs right off the bat is nuts. We're 1/3 of the way to the flights already. Though this bar, the bar there is not updating. Why is the bar not updating? That bar should be like updating in real time. Oh, I didn't test properly. I didn't test properly, guys. I did a thing and I didn't test it. I mean, the top one is, but it seems like the bottom one is still not. So, I mean, live and learn. Live and learn. Where should we put this? We should put this like there. It needs to go above the background though. Above that. Still, oh, hold on. My camera's cut off there. Doesn't matter. Hell yeah. Casey and Lemon are going to go ballistic when they see you. I can't wait to show those guys. They are so excitable. They are so excitable. Ooh. Create another image while you work. Excellent. Isn't he pretty cool looking? We can rock him. We can rock him. That's a good start. That's a very good start. Hell yeah. So let's do a new, okay, we need to make a change first. This is great, but remember he's made from stones, so his gray beard shouldn't be any different color from the rest of the stone. I mean, we did say gray. Make his beard stone colored. It thought beard and stone were one word. Let's be clear with it. Create another image while you wait. It's cool that you can generate multiple simultaneous images. That's pretty sick. Hey, babe, how are you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. All right, let's eat food while we do this because we need to multitask. We've got too much to do and not enough time. Okay, we need to be updating our sub goals at the same time as we go here. That's going to be handy. And in between the streams, I have to fix this up and figure it out because that flight bar should be updating. Do you guys want to see me do that? Do you guys want to see me fix the tool? Or would you guys run 7 stream streak? Huge. I could fix this bar in front of you all so you see actually how it, what the process is. I can do that offline and I can stay locked in on Not Monsters. That's options. Those are the options. Number 2 is better. Number 2 followed instructions better. Raisin Girl, that's awesome. Raisin Girl, did I see that you tried to sign up to the base stream tools as well? That's pretty sick. Well, I might have to add you on the, we might need to get it done and get it out. So tools like this can too be yours. Okay, let's copy this. When it's done. And let's get it onto here. Look, one hand, I'm burritoing and driving computer. two things simultaneously. This is a good burrito. I'm definitely loving these. Okay, so we should fire up Godot actually, and you know, see where we left off. The other thing we need to do should take advantage of this multiple rendering thing. It seems to claim that we can now do. The other thing we want is, if we get our sidebar and go in Not Monsters, in here we're going to have, I mean, probably we've got our environment, environment 3, environment 1. Some of these is going to be where we generated our, so I want to go look up like our lanterns and stuff like that. Lantern, here we go. Find me where that lantern was, and let's roll from there, because we're going to go, hey, today the crypt is done, it seems. It's not yet done. We still have to do the lighting, Voyager. So a little bit of lighting, and I want to get it looking really, really fancy. But yeah, holy crap, guys. That's incredible. I really, really appreciate that, Goldie. I really, really appreciate it, Goldbeard. Sorry, Greybeard, Goldbeard. That's Goldie. Goldie has a gold beard. Greybeard has a grey beard. So what we want here is we want another one. In the style of the images so far, create a new image that is a burning candle. We're going to have to make it not burning in a minute, but that's going to be a good start. Okay, and then that candle, that is going to be, like, we'll generate a bunch of variants, and we're going to need a particle effect for it. We're going to need a flame particle effect. Oh, I also did some research today, guys. I did some research, and I messed around with some, well, I've been looking at ragdoll physics lately, a little bit. And I've been looking at the way that spring motion functions in like mathematical terms. That'll be really cool, because then we can do what's called active ragdoll. Okay, that's quite cool. That's quite cool. We are going to need this, so I like it. Remove the flame and smoke from this. So that's one kind of candle, but we all are kind of just like want the candle sitting on the ground as well. And we're gonna have to make it so super low poly. Props is where the polycount can really blow up. Shouldn't it be a torch in the crypt instead? Yes, Greybeard. Yes, it should. But we're gonna have torches, and we're also gonna have candles. So I need to hold control here, which is hard with a burrito in hand. It's gonna be like that. So see how the candles are kind of like, there'll be torches on the wall, and there'll be candles on the ground. So I'm going for these candles, but that kind of candle is also good. A bowl with, that's a cool idea, Hansblah. Yeah, a bowl with oil, definitely. That's definitely a good idea. But really, I shouldn't be too eager to jump into it. It's really because we got Greybeard. Got me all excited with the statue. Goldie, those 10 community gifted, they're really going to help as well. So I super appreciate that. What do you think? Is it not cool enough? Is the gravestone not a cool enough idea? Do we need something better for 10 gifted? I appreciate you, dude. I really do. I shouldn't be chewing with my mouth. I'm speaking with my chewing. Speaking while chewing. Shouldn't be doing that, but no, it's a good idea, I think. Okay, all right. Yeah, it was Jason's idea when he came through. It was a really good one. I think it's nice and easy to do. We still have to actually go and execute on it, though. If we finish the crypt today, we might actually start on the boundaries of the cemetery as well. That would be pretty sweet. This is quite a good little snack. Though when I exercise, guys, I tend to feel so hungry. Even a big meal feels like a little snack. I think it's a nice touch and pretty sizable thing for just 10 subs. Okay, cool. I mean, 20 subs, the statue's a lot of comparatively a lot of effort. It's much more effort than just the gravestone. So it looks like it. It looks weird. It looks weird and the purple comes through it and it's gray and stuff, but trust me, it's got egg and rice and it's got all these different kinds of legumes in with the rice. Chickpeas especially, they're just slightly crunchy. I really like them. And it's got some sauce in there. It's tasty, it's good. What I didn't do but should have done is, oh, look at this. We need to spend more time in this chat interface. We're too busy getting locked in and doing work. We don't get to see people's profile pictures like this very often. That's, it's a nice thing. It's a nice vibe. I need more of that. We put all the effort into building something that lets you see lets you see people's display pictures and profile pictures, and then we just never we never go to this scene. We only do it when we warm up, basically, and I stay locked in for the entire time. That's not ideal. Hold up. Do we have some stream streaks? How's that? 35 streams from you, Rue. You must be lurking fairly often. I can't believe you've been in that many streams at this point. That's a lot. Thank you, man. Thank you for being here all the time. Still 2 stream streaks behind Goldie. It's very hard to beat Goldie on any kind of thing related to this stream. That's for sure. When's the game coming out so we can play? Coobs, at the moment, it's still just a prototype. I have to get I haven't thought about any. There's nothing but 2 weeks. I need to count the days that we've been working on this. We should start a counter and just increment it every time. Days working on game. It's been 15, 16 days now. 17 days. I need to go and actually do that and make a counter. But I am forever present. He's omnipresent. He always was and always will be. Yo, Snolzy, how you doing? It's been 2 weeks. Should be out now. Yeah, you had not seen game development in practice because it always takes longer than you think it's gonna take. Always. Every time, Snolzy. Slacking. I'm slacking. All right. Well, let's get back into it. Let's lock in. Let's do it. The burrito is consumed nearly. It's a little bit of egg still. We'll just numb that egg down and then let's get into it. So, thank you again, Goldie. Thank you again, Greybeard. I really appreciate you guys. How's you? I'm good, Snolzy. I am good. I just announced new stream goals. New stream goals is to go to Thailand for Fruity's birthday, and we had a bunch of subs from Greybeard and Goldie, which was absolutely amazing. So I'm good. I'm feeling good. If we do nothing else, this stream is already a success. But if it wasn't, check out hold on, shortcuts. Every program has different shortcuts. There we go. Greybeard statue. Hell yeah. Surprised it's not popcorn. It should be popcorn. Now I want popcorn. Dang it. Why'd you have to go mention popcorn? He's pretty cool. What do you think, Greybeard? You love him? Perfect. Excellent. That is what I like to hear. So let's kick him on. Let's get him into the engine, get him into the game, get him into the pipeline for a statue. It's been, I mean, we've got a new pipeline for statues now, don't we? Greybeard. Okay. Let's see, that can go into here. Greybeard, we'll extract it. Greybeard, and then all of that wham in here. And then we should kick up our art test scene. Seb, name it right. Did I? Oh, with the whole, all right. We can do that. Greybeard with the 4. Greybeard, and then we'll make sure that we also do that. And then let's go to our art test. Art tests, here they are. Actually, you know what? Oh, we don't even, that's not even part of our habit anymore. We need a new habit. We need a new habit. So I don't get that. I don't mess it up. And we also, while we're here, I'm also going to make sure that we do, I said I was going to do this right here for her to see, but we didn't end up actually doing, we've got one more statue that needs to happen here as well. We didn't end up doing Zarene's statue with a hunter for the Horn of Valier. So that's, compress all of these. Is that all of them? No. Okay. So it's been a minute since we did this. So the process has become a little bit more difficult, a little more time consuming, but we will get there. I think it needs its scale adjusted first. So let's start there. 1.5 on all axes. Okay, now we've got him nice and big. Like the next thing will be to, we need a statue plaque. We need a, so this will be 53. 53, excellent. Greybeard, we have the name, that's good. And then honestly, that might actually be it. We just need a place for him to actually sit. Could it be that easy? Have we made the pipeline that good? I mean, maybe. It might be that easy, guys. Could it be? Done. Done. Then we've got all the way at the front a new Greybeard statue. Isn't that sick? That's pretty fast. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised by how easy that is. That's very, very doable. So that works. Okay, so while we're at it, we're going to do one more with Zarene's statue. Yeah, which one are we going with? Doesn't matter, I guess. Okay. Excellent. Nice. That looks like a female hunter for the Horn of Valier. Valier? Yeah, that's the one. Come on, spelling. Hunter for the Horn of Valier. Have the horn in her hand and put her in a proud, adventurous stance. There we go. So, was the purpose of them to be in reverse order? Wouldn't you want them first to last? As the beginning of the stairs, I mean? We discussed it yesterday, Goldie, and the consensus among chat was that it would be cool to have like the real like OG people be like in the deep dark depths of the crypt, so that to go and see like the coolest people, you have to go all the way to the, like, you have to really like dig your way in. But maybe we should do it the other way. I don't know. If you want to make an argument for the other way, then we can undo what we did with chat yesterday and go in a different direction. Very possible. Very possible. Very open to suggestion. I'm down to switch it up. Absolutely. Just let me know. Let me know if you think it should go different, and I'll have a go. Yo, that's the first follow of the stream. Thank you. Pompafunt. I think we might call you Pomp for short. Welcome in, man. How are you liking the stream so far? Do you know the pitch? We've got people here who might have no idea what the hell we're even doing. Do you want the quick pitch, Pomp, or do you know what's going on? Have you been lurking here for ages, and you're like, nah, Seb, I don't need it. I know exactly what's going on. Don't waste everybody's time. Give me the pitch. He wants the pitch, chat. He wants the pitch. Let's do it. All right, you ready? Take a seat. Come on in. This project that we're working on right now was a 2-week game jam that I was making over the Christmas holidays recently. We're only really like 2 weeks and three streams in. We're only like 14, 16 streams into the concept right now. But the idea, and everybody's so enthusiastic. I haven't decided what to do with the project yet, but I'm continuing it, that's for sure. The project's called Not Monsters. It's a social deduction party game. You can think of it like a medieval version of Fall Guys. And a little bit like Party Animals as well, because I'm going to be trying to do active ragdoll physics. But the core of the game, the thing that really makes the game, it's juicy core, the very like center of what it is the game Werewolf. You might know it a little bit better as Among Us, because Among Us kind of plays on the same and riffs on the same things, but it's going to be a multiplayer game. It's going to be really reliant on prox chat, and it's going to be about manipulating and deceiving your friends and catching your friends in lies. And so I'm probably going to make it really inexpensive, maybe $5 with some in-app purchases potentially. But here's the core of the idea. You can imagine it's set in a town somewhat like Salem, but with this cartoony art style where everybody starts as a villager. Everyone starts as a villager, but some villagers are secretly monsters. It's the job of the monsters to murder the villagers without getting discovered, and it's the job of the villagers to discover who the monsters are and murder them instead. And so the game has a bunch of different phases. It'll go through, from the main menu, you'll find yourself in a lobby. When a game starts, you'll be assigned a role such as a monster, a villager, and some other special roles. The other thing that you'll then do is you'll be put in a town where you can run around and explore. Every morning, a town meeting will be called where everybody gets pulled together and they can argue their case for what they saw and who they think is the monster. They can try and deceive if they are actually the monster. And then rather than just voting on players, in this game, you vote with your fists. And so there's going to be this juxtaposition between the cuteness of the world and the goriness of the combat with all of the physics, and there'll be blood and gore. And in this mode, if somebody correctly identifies a monster and starts a fight with them, they can activate beast mode and fight back at that time, but they're going to be vastly outnumbered by the other players. And so the goal of the monsters is going to be like trying to deceive people all the way up until they're like knocked out, at which point they get lynched in front of with a little cool little cutscene, and the day-night cycle continues. So to give you a little bit more concrete of an idea here, I'm just going to show you what we developed in those the 16 days that we were working on this. Improv, yo, cool name, man. Welcome in. Are you saying yo because you like the idea? Is that like a yo, sick idea? Or we just created a bag of coins to support you? Yeah, thanks, man. Improv, that's incredible. So here we are. This is what we did in the 16 days. We got the characters moving with root motion and some a little bit of charactery physics in here. The other thing that we have going is the world. We got some lighting and stuff in. Toward the end of the game jam, I'll give you a little tour of the world. So there's also different characters. So characters can change from monsters to... so that little transition is the villager to monster transition. So this is one of the villagers, for instance. This guy's the blacksmith. The blacksmith is here at his forge. He's going to have his own little home. And to give you an example of what might happen is somebody can come with their pitchfork to the blacksmith, and the blacksmith will be able to like sharpen the pitchfork up and give them an ability to like, you know, be more successful in their fights or stuff like that. So yeah, that might give you a bit of an idea of what's going on there. Thank you, Suppressing S. So here's some other. We've got the plague doctor with this little head bubble animation move. We've got the shepherd. We've got the townsperson who doesn't have a particular role. We've got the maiden. Who will be able to heal people potentially. Yo, Degen, thank you, man. We've got a couple. Oh wow, Fomini, huge. That pitch. What the hell is going on here? Okay, we're not getting rated. I'm very confused. I'm very confused by what's happening here. This is pretty cool and interesting, dude. Thank you for the follows. What on earth is happening? Goldie, you might have to weigh in here and let me know what the hell is happening. Is this some kind of botnet hitting me with follows? Cause dude, that's incredible if it is. That's I'm guessing all this other stuff in the chat was all right. Well, hold on. For the rest of the people who aren't bots, even though that's cool to have a lot of follows, but these aren't real people who will actually help us grow. That's the only downside. I mean, there's no one actually active in the chat. Where are y'all followers in the chat? Get talking. I feel bots. Yeah, holy view botting. That's a little bit. But for the real people who are actually watching, check it out. So now it's really dark at night. We can also rewind time to give you a sense of how the day-night transition works. But when it's night mode, it's going to be incredibly difficult to actually go and find the monsters. The monsters will come like straight up out of the dark, out of the blue, well, out of the gray, I should say. Oh my gosh. This is definitely going to be. Just mute the alerts in OBS. I don't know what's going on. Let me exit out of this. Where are actually viewer numbers? 160. That's a lot of viewers. Has some other random thing happened? I think something else might have happened behind the scenes. Otherwise, no, it's got to be view botting, right? Or all these people would be talking. I mean, it's nice to have all those followers for sure, but it's like they're not real people, right? What is OBS? Hey, Matt, how you doing? Good to see you. Hello, William. I don't know if you're a real person or not. Say hi in the chat if you are. Yeah, it's follow botting for sure. Well, I don't know what I did to deserve it. What's the view bots? I'm not even real. Oh my God. This is a lot. Educate me on viewbots. I think all of these, like right now I'm getting follows. You can see them all up the top of the screen, Matt. And that's like, that usually someone like you would come and find the stream and like the stream, and they would click a button to go follow. And a streamer kind of measures like their success according to how many follows they have on Twitch. And so, you know, comes with a lot of clout. It comes with a lot of, opportunities with having follows. And I think what's just happened is somebody controlling what's called a botnet. has like a whole bunch of like not real accounts, like computer accounts, and they'll go and look at a channel. And then in that channel, there's going to be, suddenly your viewers spike up to a really, really big number. And then they're going to have all those like fake people follow the account. And so now my views went through the roof. My followers have gone through the roof. This is the kind of thing that I'm working really, really hard to make happen organically. So what's the benefit of this? The benefit of this is my account's going to look a whole lot better. It's going to look a whole lot better than it otherwise would. So there's some really big benefits to streamers. But on the other hand, this is also not real, right? So usually when you get lots of followers, those followers come back and keep watching your content. And next time you're streaming, your numbers are going to go up as well. But that's actually not going to happen here, right? Because these aren't actual real people. And I don't think that the view bot is going to like circle back around and come and do this. And so whoever, I'm sure there's probably the bot master sitting there like listening to a deconstruction of something that he understands is, he understands very well. But like, yeah, the benefit of this is like, I think the other thing that'll be unfortunate is the history of my stream will now show this giant uptick in follows. And then what's going to happen is later, probably the view bots might get banned and then the number of followers will drop down. And so I'm going to get that, like, I'm going to get this weird spike in my stats and charts because I'm very motivated by stats and charts and numbers. So to me, this many followers would really be like, and to most streamers, it would be a dream come true to get that many followers in one stream would be just like, people would be very thrilled for that to be the case. But it's not, unfortunately, it's not a real thing. It doesn't represent something real. Let's see, where can I mute this? Maybe I need advanced audio properties. There we go. We'll mute this for just the moment. Oh, you can't even mute it. What? All right, you guys, it'll be fine. It won't go for too long. Any benefit for them to do this to you? I think these, like, if I could put myself in their shoes, I imagine what they're doing is they're just having fun looking at the reactions of people where they do this, right? Because for a lot of streamers, they'll be like really excited. Like I'm like a little, it's, it's interesting. It's what makes you think the people you're banning there are the are bots, Goldie? I think like it's so hard to know, man. It's so hard to know. They might have been only created today or something like that. So it's a different type of trolling. I guess you could think of it like that. You could think of it like that, Matt, but at the same time, it's like, it's not a harmful kind of trolling in the same way. Like, I don't think there's any negative effects that will happen. So it's kind of a, it's different. It's different. Milky, 5-stream streak. What the heck is going on here? I think there's something we don't understand and we're being featured by something and somebody's doing a very elaborate troll. It could be Lufu directing everybody to go say nothing and like, and go, I don't know. Okay, hold up. Okay. Okay, hold on. Thank you, Mutton. I really appreciate the tier 1 sub there. That is much, much appreciated. There could be some other thing that I don't understand happening, but usually there'd be people in here in the chat explaining what's going on, and I haven't. Nah, Seb, you should see my DMs. It's malicious. Ah, okay, dude. It's advertising website trading. I mean, that's an interesting way to advertise. That's one way to do it. Okay, so that's the pitch for the game. I hope you guys like the concept. Pretty cool. I think it's got potential. So let's keep moving now. We'll get the Horn of Valia in. The Horn of Valia. We'll need one more of these. Crypt statue. And then paste that here. And then there. About there, yep. So now we have a new statue. Statue goes here. No, it's not ViewBots. I sub to tell you this. Oh, yo, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate that. It's something called Bags. It lets people fund projects for developers. Right now, it's vibe coding. It's very hot, and someone found your stream. Okay. Goldie's pretty onto it. Pretty, pretty on. Goldie. Look, I'm gonna let you like look into it and do that for me while I keep the stream going. While I keep it going. If there's some real legitimate opportunity, I'm sure people will reach out in a legitimate way. Okay, so here's the. It still says Flame Archer, which is hilarious. But this is Zarene's, and I'm happy with that one. I'm happy with that one for sure. Okay, copy pasta. Oh, get Surrey-bot. What's that? What's that, Raisins? I don't know that one. Okay, so the other thing we need is an entrance. So in terms of environment, where do we generate our crypt? All right, this is our crypt. Okay, we now need a structure above ground that is the crypt entrance. It will sit around the stairs leading down. We now need a structure above ground that is the crypt entrance. It will sit around the stairs leading down. The style of the architecture of the crypt entrance should match that of the interior already designed. Okay, cool. Legitimate messages about crypto. Well, you know what? Like some crypto is legitimate, but it's very rare that you get. Yeah, often when something seems too good to be true, I find in life it is. And when it's too good to be true and isn't, then there are lots of things that come along the way that make you feel like you didn't just like randomly win a lottery that you didn't enter. That's the funny thing about it. But okay, hold on. Goldie's going. You're still banning viewers. Like, don't worry about it, Goldie. It doesn't. It's going to be too much effort to really try and do all of that. Just let it. It will pass. This too will pass. They keep DMing me. Okay. Well. Sorry, if I really appreciate the tier 1 sub, Martin. Is Martin one of the people from the thing? I trust you, Goldie. You'll figure it out. I'm gonna work on the game. Okay, so remove all of the plants and foliage. Remove the ground too. Keep the lanterns, but remove the flames. Okay, that'll be pretty cool. Yo, Ace46, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Okay, Goldie, thank you. Well, now we have... how many followers was that? I don't even know. 40 or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. If they disappear or if they stick around. I don't know what happens with a bot account when it's removed. It's a bot that helps protect against bots. Okay. SurgyBot stream, and it says on the stream how to add them in a hot second. Hold on. I imagine this kind of thing isn't going to happen that often, and we're not that big yet that we need that kind of. But I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it's worth it. Maybe it is worth it. Where is our? There it is. Excellent. That crypt entrance will do nicely. Let's get this into the artboard. Where is it? Here. All right, where is it? Oh, here they are. Okay, all of that can go across here. I think this goes. And then that can all shift across, I think. There we go. Now we're getting more organized. Okay. That's the next asset I think that we should aim to get in. And then we should not get distracted from the candles. Candles were going to be really important to lighting this right. And we'll need some kind of particle effect. So here we go to the candle. Okay, this is going to have to be really low poly. This asset is going to be really small, and the game is a low poly game. Retopologize this in your modeling reference to make it quite low poly looking. Retopologize. With an S? Is that how you spell retopologize? I'm suspicious. Okay. Well, that was a novel experience. We haven't seen that before. They made me a meme coin. It's a pretty novel take though, Goldie. I think you type !join in something, and then the bot can handle things. Oh, okay, cool. Average size poly. I think we need, not average size, but quite low poly for this. That's going to be our goal here. I'm actually quite happy with the time that it took to get that I mean, these are looking so cool. They've slowly drifted in their color over time and become brighter and brighter. See how like slowly the color of this is getting more and more bright, but I don't necessarily mind. Generate in isolation the stone plaque attached to the base of the statue. There should be no text on it, and it should be completely flat. Let's see if we can do this, because I want to replace our existing plaque, I think. Our existing plaque, if you look at the way it actually appears, guys, it just disconnects with the statues. I want it to be, I'd like to improve it if we can. Okay, burlap, too high up. Maybe we need to push them all down just a tiny bit. And maybe this base needs to be a little bit better as well. If we go, I mean, the Crypt inset, we have some control over the size of this thing and the height of it, honestly. So we could do a little bit wider, a little bit deeper. By the way, good to see you, Matthew. Sorry that you're coming in the middle of all that chaos. I was a bit distracted by it, but okay. You're definitely earning that sword and hammer today. Yep. I mean, what are you using to determine what is and isn't a bot, though, Goldie? Like, there's a chance you're hitting some real viewers, and that would suck. I think just act carefully with that. Though you can kind of see when a person was created and stuff, I suppose, if they're just the ones DMing me. All right, okay. Are they linking you to something to kind of explain what the hell's going on, or is it just like they're just telling you some weird thing about a coin? Also, just by like answering them and banning them, you're kind of entertaining whatever they're doing. All right. Now, we're going to have to start to think about the layout of this thing. So the ceiling, let's turn the ceiling off. If it's going to start turning, it's going to do it about now, right? That's going to go one thing up and then there. Okay. There. 90 degrees. Okay. We might have to replace those corner pieces with flat walls because that's kind of the thing we've come to expect with it. So from there, the other thing that we can do is like, if we paste this as a child of that one, make its transform zeros, we can offset it horizontally. And now this is going to align. Okay, cool. And now we can copy paste this real quick with the one alignment going all the way down. And it's going to go one further. Excellent. Excellent. Too wide. So these ones we start rotating. And aligning here. We just need to get the corner piece in line. I'm just going to make some space for the ones that follow because we're going to have way more. I think eventually we'll use all of these. Transform 0, 0, 0. Apologies, chat sub mode will stay on for the time being until I know they are gone. Okay, Goldie. We trust you. We trust. Negative 180 though, right? How did I do that? Okay, why is that not... Okay, that one, if we paste it, transform goes 0, 0, 0. Why is it full dome mode? We have to use these domes for the well, by the way. It's too perfect a well to not use like that. Okay. Rude. It's I guess that is a little disruptive, but there was nobody that wasn't it doesn't need to stay sub mode, I think. Nobody was talking in the chat here, Goldie. Unless I missed it, but I don't think they were. Okay, this can go all the way to the end. And a little bit further. Okay. Let's see. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one. That one, that one. I mean, why is the skirting there? Shouldn't the skirting just go into the... If I think about it, the skirting should probably just go into the actual... into the asset. That makes a lot of sense. It's way cleaner. Could do that. Could do that. Would save a lot of complexity, right? Yeah, dang it. I don't know what I was thinking when I did this in the first place, but that skirting definitely belongs there. Okay, cut this. Open the skirting. Paste in place. Back here. Ooh. All right, that actually makes sense. If I search all of these, our mod was on it because they were coming in hot. All right, all right. I missed it. I missed that, guys. Okay, most of this skirting needs to go. The vast majority of it. In fact, I think all of it. There's one instance where skirting was actually used productively. And I seem to remember that being up here. But I guess that can go. So all of those can go. We still have our skirting, but we have less objects in the scene. Wunderbar. Okay, that one goes. That one goes. And now all of y'all can be reparented to... That goes reparent to walls. Is there not a way to do that like this? Surely that was it. Reparent doesn't work. I can't imagine that there wasn't a shortcut for this. What if I do it like this? No. It's okay, we'll do it like that. That's faster. Okay, I don't like that we're getting errors here. Those errors concern me. But we're going to figure it out. We will figure it out. It seems like nothing's changing here, but it actually is. It's just slightly sneaky. Okay, cool. All right. Now the crypt is much, much, much deeper. That's neat. All right. Just in time to... No, it's not really just in time to do anything, is it? All right, where were we with generating our candles? I mean, these two seem absolutely identical. I think that the slightly darker color here is probably better. So that's nice. That can go into our catalog. So let's copy you. I mean, maybe that's a Crypt asset. When you think about it, it's part of the statue. So this is Crypt statue plate. Did I not catalog the other one? I guess I didn't. That's unfortunate, but understandable. Since it wasn't any like an actual specific asset, but we're going to generate that. Okay. I think there's a follow amount of 10 minutes, 1 hour, up to 3 months to chat. Lol, but sub-only mode is definitely safest. That's going to make for a quiet stream, guys. Those can go here. That must be this one. When did that get moved? Okay. All good, Goldie. Yeah, I did want to maybe redo the Dragihan statue, but I don't know. Who knows? I hope Zareen comes through so I get to show her this. Because it is a cool statue. And she gifted ages ago, and then I didn't follow it up immediately. And I really want to follow those statues up, like quick, smart, you know? Really like almost immediately after. Okay, that's good. I'm liking this. We need to remove the flame from the candle, please. Okay, remove the flame from the candle. Nice. If they're still here in an hour, that's impressive. Yeah. Why people pay to troll others like that is insane. I don't think anybody's paying anyone to do it. They're trying to make money with it, presumably. That's the only reason I could think that they would actually do it, you know? Could be wrong. Who knows? Maybe it's legit reason. They did drop a sub, which is a weird part of the scam. How's Not Monsters coming along? Will Dub, it's coming along fairly well. The supporters Crypt, I'm really like investing time into finishing that off, because if nothing else, I really want that to. That was maybe the highlight of the entire project, the fact that people jumped into support like that. So I'm using the chance to test an internal environment, and at the same time, we're building out, the way to like recognize everyone with the Crypt. Have you seen the Crypt yet, Will Dub? It's looking pretty cool. Okay. There has been some incredible support. It's amazing to see. Yeah, I feel the same. I feel the same, Will. That was actually a, well, that cross can come across here. It can come across here. Get it? Because it's a cross. Okay. Put the candle on the ground now with a bit of wax around its base, as if it's been burning. Okay, cool. We might need a new section for like lighting, because lighting is such a separate area of like decorations. But for now, let's leave it as is. And make a little space for it at least. This asset here was such a smart one. The other thing that's going to be amazing when we set a stream to it is going to be, hey, Lockie, Unlucky Lockie, how are you? Good to see you. I'm doing well. I'm doing well, man. We've had a bit of a wild stream today so far. I'm I'm glad you're a sub so that you can jump in and say hi and talk and stuff. That's a win. Okay, where are we? Serene, Danzy, Greybeard. Good, I changed my name. Have a guess who I was. I'm looking through the chat now, trying to remember. Definitely somebody who was here chatting a lot. That's for sure. I'm trying to find a clue in the emotes you use, but I don't know. Hint, engineer. Yo, but we're a programming stream, Lucky. We're a programming stream. We got a lot of engineers in here. If I'm being honest, that doesn't narrow it down as much as you might think that it narrows it down. All right, that's a nice candle. That's a nice candle. Is it 10x engineer? It could be 10x engineer. Is it 10x engineer? I know I'm a statue in your game. I think it's 10x engineer, guys. I think that's gonna be who it is. That's gonna be who it is. Hold on. Where is he? I got it. I figured it out before you all said any of that. I promise. I know that. Hold on. Is it this one? Nope. Damn it. I know I'm a statue. So close. Is it Windex Martini? Is it Windex Martini? I don't know. I need to. Maybe there's some clue in. No, don't know. It is! Yo, we got it, guys. We got it. Windex Martini. Well, Guy, I'm happy I got that. It wasn't my first guess, but that's pretty good. That was pretty good, all things considered. Okay, I actually like this candle a fair bit. This candle is nice. It can stay. Though I don't think this deserves to be an architectural decoration. I think this should be like a prop of a different sort. Where are we? Okay, we need a name for like decorations smaller than like. These are architectural decorations. There's also just like utility decorations. What if we go with that? Utility decorations. I kind of like the sound of that. Utility decorations. Utility decorations. Let's take that across. Yeah. I think that is a utility decoration also. So these, they are also utility things a person would, like things a person would use. Maybe we'll go the, It's a fine line, like where you draw these categories. Like they're not even necessary, the categories, but they do kind of like help. If the more you group things, the more you can like think about them clearly. I mean, this is the entire foundation of science, right? Science and like anthropology and like especially the natural sciences, when you really think about it, most of it is like classifying and grouping things so that we can think about them more clearly and studying them so that we can understand them and put them into better groups. That is the like human history and science in a nutshell if you really think about it. So although it might seem like not the best use of time necessarily, going and doing all this grouping stuff and having this giant chart, I actually find it really useful. I find it really useful to think and work that way. I guess these are. Well, maybe I'll keep this handy, like somewhere at the very. I know we keep this thing. That white thing is handy, but it's so easy to remake. I'm just going to delete it. I'm imagining there's going to be a lot more of these down the line, by the way, those utility decorations. And when I say utility decorations, I'm imagining it's like, check DMs. All right, hold up. Dunsky. Okay. So, that Crypt statue plate. So let's have a look at this this candle. I think we might need a variant of this where there's more candle left. Generate a variant of this where the candle hasn't burnt quite so long. There we go. Hello, so Dewey. Good to see you. Hey, Seb, check DMs. Okay, hold up. You DMing me too? Are you DMing me too, Maddie? I'm not seeing a message from you. I've just checked I saw the one from Goldie, but is this like a messenger DM or what? I don't know how to DM. I'm just jumping on the bandwagon. Fair enough. Okay, how's the game coming along? Sir Dewey, it's going really, really well. Also, crazy thing happened. Dev posted about her chocolate coconut water, then went to the shop next day and I saw it for the first time and it was the exact one. Yeah, I don't like, she's not even sponsored or anything. She just really likes that coconut water. We went to like a Fruity's Friendsmas thing, a Friendsmas event. Okay. Check DMs. Are you DMing me too, Marcus? Are you DMing me too? Because I don't know. Let's see. So, okay, how you doing, by the way, Marcus? Good to see you, man. I want a longer stem to the candle. Marcus, we've been working on some crypts to get some internal, and I've got a nice system to like arrange all of these statues easily. It's coming together quite well. One thing I do need to do with these crypts, just to keep them, let's sort out those other few statues there. Let's put them in their place. The other thing, we need to delete these. We need to instantiate a... Oh, there's still some stone skirting left. Yeah, there's still stone skirting left. There's the stone walls, and those will need the stone skirting for sure. Stone skirting, yep. So that means, okay, good. Stone skirting 2, all of that is not needed. Searching that should have resulted in a successful filter. It's weird. When the name matched exactly, it didn't actually flag. Okay, delete those. I love your color. Yo, it's nice, isn't it? It's pretty good. His name color. Marcus has a very good sense of style. He knows how to like get a thing and make it like, make it pop. One thing I really love and wanted is like the clear, concise application of color to the different goons. Like the goons with their helmets are such like, they're iconic, man. It's iconic. It's really and the color helps communicate what's going on so freaking well. It's really, really cool. All right, we might need to... Alpha's statue might need a little bit of an adjustment in terms of position. Hold up. No way we've used them all. No way we've used them all already. Are there unused crypts? Oh, hold on. I understand what's happened. It's worked from the outside in. So that does actually make sense. That does actually make sense. So deeper in the crypt, the older ones. Yeah, there's a few unused spots still. All right, good, good. This does actually make sense. Okay, that's skirting fixed. All right, that candle, excellent. So we're going to generate some of these candle variants. Those can shift across. All right, and we're going to need to work on a particle effect to get these candles looking like really, really good. So let's see. Okay, did we have... I don't think we did, so... All right, sorry guys, I know I've got a lot going on off screen there. So I think this might be the starting point for the crypt entrance. So let's get that in. I think that's the next logical step. We'll get that in the game because this will be the bridge that goes between the game's upper world and the game's lower world. Halo was the original inspiration. I always loved the helmet characters and color coding for Red versus Blue. Did you ever watch that Machinima Red versus Blue, Marcus? It's like, it was really, really good. Like back in the day, I actually loved that. It was this, like one of the original YouTube videos that went viral that, I mean, you probably know about it, but they did what you've done in, in Wanted, but they did it. I even made my own. It was so bad. That's incredible, dude. At university, I studied that. I did an assignment on Red versus Blue as something called Machinima. For some reason, the term really never took off, but it's exactly what you guys are doing. That's what I was referencing with the Red versus Blue series. Yeah. Very, very cool. I think you're right to get some cool inspiration from that. That was a really great series. And they had such a good sense of humor in it too. Back then, I bet they never even made any money with it too. That's the interesting thing too. Though maybe YouTube monetized it well, and maybe they still make money from the... I don't know, actually. You would be an interesting person to ask about that because you've got so much experience doing, like, creating YouTube stuff from so long ago. Okay, so crypt entrance is going to be a part of our crypt. Where are we? Environment, architecture, crypts. Crypt entrance can go in there. Right. Yo, Trav! We should 100% hang. I bought a big house. You already had a big house. Your house was huge. That house was giant and beautiful and in the center of the city. Why would you buy another house? That's incredible, man. I'm going to be there pretty soon. I'll be there next week. Let's hook it up. Let's hook it up and hang out, man. Very keen, very keen. I would love to do that. I really would. So yeah, when are you free? I should definitely take you up on that because it's been too long. The last time we hung out was like, when Fast was there, right? And that's too long ago. I haven't been there very often. I haven't spent a lot of time there, but dude, yeah, we should 100% hang out. I'm really keen. I'm really keen, man. It's really nice. Matt can come too. Matt should come too. Can we both come hang out, Trav? Are we both invited? Can we both get an invite? That would be amazing. Okay, I'm going to turn my headphones on because it's 11:20 now, and I realized I just said that last thing really loudly, and I don't want to be too loud because we've learned that that's bad. I don't want to be bad. I think Rooster Teeth as a whole did well for a while. So the parent company did do decent. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I remember the name Rooster Teeth now that you mention it. It was really cool. It was really cool. I'm tempted to just like watch it again for inspiration sometime. Would be sweet. Would be sweet. Okay, that can come in here. There's nothing in it, of course. Why is this? Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. That's the... Here's this crypt entrance. Why dragging up there doesn't work, I will never know. 0, 0, 0. That scale, well, we'll need to adjust this for a start. A little down till there. And then in art tests, we can scale the size here. So I'm going to go like 10. That should do the trick. We need this wide enough, just wide enough to fit the stairs. So maybe we ought to like move this across here and then take those stairs for width reference. So just slightly smaller. So 9. Oh my God, I watched their stuff for like 15 years. They were great. Yeah, they totally were. They totally were. What else did they do? Did they do anything else that, like, if the company survived, that's really cool. But like, I'm not aware of what they actually did besides the, besides what they did with Red versus Blue. Noob of the Linux, you're about to rant? Okay. After Windows 11 did an update, I found myself with 12 megabyte download speed, and given the fact that I pay for 100 megabytes, you are not happy. Okay, maybe a network driver issue. I've now spent the last 6 hours rebuilding the Windows TCP protocols and reconfiguring my network adapter. Now I have internet again. Use Linux. Rant over. Yep. Hello, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick. Yeah, that sucks. Sorry that you're doing that, dude. Hey, how you doing, Yek? We weren't follower bots and we weren't trying to scam you. Goodbye. Okay. Yeah, you missed something interesting, Gamesaurus, if you're just showing up. I don't know what the deal was, but out of the blue, a bunch of like 100 followers showed up, like one after the other. It was interesting. It was interesting. Okay, so that's probably the right scale now for this. All of this, I think I'm going to take all of that now that there's a ridiculously large object. And we're going to reparent these all to, except for the cobblestones. Oh, they're already under crypts. So that can go reparent, crypts. Sorry, environment, crypts. Crypts? Crypt. Okay, and now crypts can go down here. Might need to, just to keep it all kind of like current, we'll scooch all that down. And then crypts can slide in here. Okay, now environment, this is where the real magic will happen. How's the project going? New bit of Linux. It's I'll show you in just a moment. We're about to do something pretty cool. I think we've just got our crypt entrance done, and so in the crypts we've got our stairs. We are going to be able to take our crypt entrance and place it in here, and lead that down to the actual environment here. So this will be how we place this thing on the surface, is using that as our entrance. Though that definitely needs a fix in the geometry. We can do that. Yo, Marcus, it's really cool that you hang out here from time to time, man. Like I don't know, dude. It's like I've got such admiration for what you do. So when you're here hanging out here, I just don't. Sometimes I don't feel worthy, man. I don't feel worthy. But very, very cool. Very cool to me. I super appreciate you having here. You being here. It's awesome of you, man. Okay, now an environment. Will Jr., how are you? Good to see you. Back at you, man. Dude, nah. It's, I don't know. I booked the flights, by the way, Marcus. I booked the flights. They're up here, you can see. I checked my budget and I'm like, oh shit, I really want to go. So I did it. And now hopefully I like, I'm going. So hopefully the stream can help support the holiday. This is the first like paid holiday, dude, that I've taken in like since I went to Japan with Matt Caban, who's here in the chat. I might go on another holiday, Matty, like that I'm an expensive one that I'm paying for. It's so between 90 and 219 subs. Will you go? But you won't return. I mean, I'm doing the whole thing. Akuras. I'm definitely paying for the whole thing. But if these goals will show how much the stream will support will cover the costs. I think whether or not stream does it, people like Fruity and Marcus, they can't wait to hear if a person's coming all the way up to the actual event. But I'm gonna go out of pocket for it and just it's going to be such an amazing thing. Always make sure the passport is 6 months within expiry date. Yeah. I've got that sorted out, man. I I checked that. That was the first thing. It's wild that can you be turned around for that? Yeah, isn't that insane? Like it can be valid, but I think I'm good till like 2033 right now. And I have 2 passports as well, like one Dutch one Aussie one. So I'm pretty much fine. But really good point, man. Really good point. Okay, I'm going to paint the ground height in so that we take full advantage of these stairs and stuff. But dude, I'm really, really looking forward to hanging out with you and Fruity. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Okay, there's symmetry in this. We're gonna have to modify this object to not have that symmetry. Let's flip it the other way. So we need to go here to in the crypts. This needs a rotation for -90 instead. There we go. And then let's open this up and we'll fix up the geometry there because that ain't okay. I'm not cool with that. Okay, why do Norwegian battleships have large barcodes on them? I feel like this is a punny joke just waiting to happen. Because tell us. I don't keep me in suspense. At the port, they can Scandinavian. That's funny. That's a good one. I like it. Nice. That is appropriately That is appropriately punny for the crowd here. Well played. Well done. Good job. Good job. I liked that. Yep. Yep. Anybody else got some good ones? That was a good one. Who can beat that? Who can top that? Billions of knees must be slapped. Yes. Yep. Bigger nil. That was a good one. Well played. I'll keep all my jokes to myself in social settings. I mean, it depends on the joke. If they're going to be an appropriate joke, Matthew, I know your jokes can be inappropriate from time to time. And in this setting, yes, appropriate jokes are highly important over inappropriate ones. However, surely you know some appropriate jokes. Or not. I don't know. We are in the presence of you and Trav. You and Trav both here. That's a dangerous combo. That is a dangerous combo. Okay. This entrance, to really make that meet up, we're going to have to shift it around a little. Crypt. There's the entrance. So no, it doesn't need to go down. It needs to go forward. There we go. We're going to have to work on this asset a lot to make it right, but the cool thing we can actually do with this is, because now we have a good... Okay, hold on. We can position this in like an appropriate place, just like according to its building, which is like quite cool. I think the fact that the crypt can just be like, there's the door, and then we can fix up the hole to make it appropriate. But we did just go and level the ground, so let's leave it here for a moment. Okay, and let's go run the main scene. Gamosaurus, 3-stream streak, yo, nice, man. What does a German egg drive? It drives a Volkswagen. Yep. Of course. Of course it drives a Volkswagen. What else would it drive? Oh, we need wall colliders on this thing. And we also need to make our character controller walk through walk properly down the up and down slopes. And why on earth can we see... Oh, well, actually, that makes sense, because we can see up through the terrain. So that's pretty cool, actually. We'll switch that back on. All right, nice. These crypts are getting to be rather large. Should we already be looking at knocking walls out and putting, like, pathways in? We could do it. We could do it. Ban him at least 10 minutes for that. Hey, look, Goldie's been pretty ban happy today. He's been swinging that ban hammer around with like it ain't nobody's business. No, I'm serious. Their lawyers asked on what grounds. Hold on. I'm also being sued. You're suing Starbucks for bad coffee? That's interesting. Was their coffee really that bad? The crypt is cool, but it does make me want to out of bounds glitch. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. We're going to do some stuff in the crypt to make it a little... I mean, the crypt door might only open at night. Wouldn't that be cool, guys? Wouldn't that actually be sick? I think that would be a really, really cool thing to do. If we did that, that'd be actually a sick idea. The crypts are getting dark and spooky at night. I love it. I love that. And then daytime. Hold on, let's see daytime. We still need to put the roof back on it just to get a good look at it. But, you know, I don't know how much light would actually get down this far. I mean, when we knock the walls out, it'll make more sense. Okay. Okay, so gonna have to fix up that crypt entrance for sure. Big improvements needed there, but it's a good start. Nah, I'm not gonna go model around that now. That'll do for a beginning. We do probably need to model some interior here for that way down. I mean, there's limits to the jank that I can be comfortable with. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Should I be fixing this up or... All right, hold on. At least I should level the ground. Pick that height. Set that to the whole thing. Okay. And then we need a flame particle effect. Honestly, we do. We got away with the lanterns, which was cool, but these, they need a flame. And we might even be able to make a door here. A door could make a lot of sense. Are the monsters going to have better night vision than the normal humans? 100% Gamosaurus. They absolutely are. They're definitely going to be able to see way better in the dark. Starbucks coffee is really bad, but I don't know if we just have a bad one near where you are. Yeah, look, I don't mind Starbucks coffee personally. I think, you know, it can be all right. But how can it be so bad that you would sue them, though, is my real question. I feel like, you know, sometimes products and services are good, sometimes they're bad. Can it be so bad that you, like, what are the damages? Like the $8 for your coffee? That, like, those are appropriate damages. Okay, we really need to, like, plug that wall. Tempted to just do it. Hey, Voodoo, how you doing? Could you put a monster quest in the crypt? Potentially, yeah. Potentially could do that. And then people sneaking off down to the crypts would be immediately suspicious. I think that'd be really fun. You know, the other thing I'm thinking, which could be really cool, is, like, look at this. This is starting to circle around, right? This is now underneath this building. Like, if this crypt continues, if we get more donations and subs, guys, we could actually make another, like, secret passage down into the crypt from, like, within a house or something like that. There could actually be secret passages from in the town into the crypts. That would be pretty sweet. In fact, what if the entrance rotated and faced that way so the crypts actually went down, not down, but like beneath the town outside the wall, but down inside. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Would be really cool if it was a shortcut of some kind that forced people down there. Yeah, like that would be a way to like sneak around the city, is like go down into the crypts, right? What if we change the location? What if we do this? Hold on, guys. This whole thing could get a bit of a flip. Like that. And now the door is at the back of the graveyard and leads down here. And now the crypts are under the city. No, the crypts are under the city. Is that not? Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Um, you're doing how you do. I just finished some work and wanted to see how the game is coming along. Yo, thank you for dropping in, Voodoo. I really appreciate it. You do so much for Fastest Community, man. It's always a pleasure having you in here. Big thanks for dropping by, man. Make the entrance have a code, which is a one-time unique code you only get for gifting subs. That's I mean that's a funny idea. You could actually do it. From a technical standpoint, you could actually do that. Seb's first paywall. Yeah, yeah. It's 10 subs for the master code. It would be redeemable. Like, it would just be like a CD key generator. You could do it like that. I know how to do CD keys, and then you could just have a server validate them. And since this is an online game anyway, you would just have like buy a sub, get a key, use the key to get into the crypts. And it'd just be like a hack for in the game, and they have to be here. And it's that's sinister. That's evil. We're not doing that. But you could do it. We're not going to, but you could. You could. Very funny idea though, Voodoo. What if instead of having physical entrances, it was like a teleport, come out of the catacombs through manholes kind of deal? Yeah, we can definitely do that. I think we can definitely do it. We could even have like a sewer system. We could have sewers that run under the city. Oh. That could work. I like the idea. Sewer systems, guys. So manholes that go down. Yeah, I like it. It's a concept. That's very cool. Sewers that need a unique code. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Yeah, how cool. Okay. So to really lean into that, this idea, what if it was actually, what if we design this not for accessibility of the entrance, but we actually move this thing so that it really sits under the city as much as it can. Like that. And then we just design the rest of the cemetery around that, because that's too cool of a feature not to do, I think. We've just added a whole lot of dimensionality to this. We're signing up for a lot of work, but let's fill that hole in. Okay, and now, where are the actual stairs? Here, yeah. So now we actually put our hole in. Okay, sweet. All right, nice. Turns out this thing, which was going to be just like a cool feature for, as a way to recognize, a way to thank everybody for gifting subs, has actually turned into like a really sick, like, core game concept. This could actually be really, really cool. The crypts could actually make the gameplay change a lot. I love the way that ideas happen like that. Is this how it is on Wanted for you, Marcus? I imagine you guys like... You were the one who talked to me about like Monty Python and their creative process, and how like flexible and fluent it was. How they would just like come up with an idea, and they, no matter how stupid it was, there was no bad idea. They would just mess around, and then, when it worked, they would commit to it and just like go and make it. And I think that approach has really happened here in this project, and it's turned into some really good stuff. Milosh. The best to reach me in the Discord, I'd say, Milosh. Hit me up there. If you want to like just drop something in general, and if it's a good conversation, we can take it from there. We'll add a really good dimension to the game where you can go down there to be quicker, but there's also a good chance that there'll be monsters down there. Yeah. I imagine monsters could use it to get around the city in a really sneaky way. Make one of the statues down there a trap, but every game it's a random trap on a random statue. Yo, that's not. We have some cool ideas about randomizing statues too. One thing I want to do is put statues up here at random, and then randomize which statue actually gets spawned. So here we've got these imagine there's a statue sitting on the corner, and then like one time it's Voodoo's statue because you've got a statue Voodoo. It could be your eggplant dude one game, and then another game it'll be Goldie's, and then another game it'll be Crazy's, and then it could definitely do that. Like the shortcuts Cluedo, shortcuts. There's going to be shortcuts around here. So imagine if I've just repositioned this whole thing to be as much under the city as I can get it. I mean, as this grows, one thing I'll be able to do is push the stairs, make the stairs longer to get the crypts in a better location. But I mean, right now we need to lift the ground up a little. So that can go, it could go like there. And then here the same, actually a little higher potentially. Okay, these crypts are turning out to be cool. So we should get let's get the candles done. I want to get the candles in, and I want to get some particle effects in. This can go down a little. Okay, where's the strength? Make it like 40%, double it. 40%. So it could also be sabotage, that a monster can set up so they can quickly pick where they want to go off. Right. So people see a monster messing with a statue and realize it's a monster. Yeah, that's a cool idea, Crazy. I think maybe even just maybe players can get into the crypts down this way, right? But if we have little manholes that only the monsters can use, it could be like, if you see a monster use a manhole, if you see someone use a manhole, then you know that that's a monster. Because then, there'll be these instances where, a person, the monsters have to kill people without getting discovered, right? So if you've got your blacksmith, and your blacksmith needs to get to, needs to get to here, right? Could be the case that, he goes from a manhole down here, right? Into the crypts. He runs all the way across to, about here, and then comes up, and now he's back near his blacksmith. It could be a sneaky way to get around the city. I think sewers might be a really cool idea for this as well. If we do some sewers, that would be pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, I like the idea. Okay, hold on. This needs to smooth out a little, so that we don't have any underground architecture protruding above ground. Why is this not... I think control should be depressing the ground, right? Whoops. If I smooth that out though, now we actually have the bottom stairs. I really like the set height tool in this terrain editor. The fact that you can be like, that particular height, all of it that height please, is very handy. Though every time you fly, every time you move the camera, you lose the terrain tool selection, and that's really annoying. You could also be a sabotage that a monster can set up so that they pick up where they want it to go off. Yeah. So people might see a monster. Yeah, I get you. So monsters can set traps, Crazy. It's a cool idea. I don't know how hard it is But if you can make it easily moddable, that added a lot to the life of Among Us without extra work on the devs' part. Yeah, totally, totally. I'd like to do that. I know how to do it. It is difficult, Voodoo. It's definitely difficult to do, especially to do it securely, but it is doable. Crypt should end up being a labyrinth with a minotaur at the center. With the monsters, they have an indicator to tell them what they are in LOS of a villager, line of sight. Will monsters have an indicator? No, but that would be really obvious what monster is a monster, like, what monster's what. By the way, Crazy. When you see the monster, you'll be like, oh my God, that's a monster. So you won't, in theory, need an indicator, if that makes any sense. Okay, a little bit higher there. So much higher, too much. Okay. I might need to move. Well, one thing I need to do here. Before we go on, let's head to the crypt. Let's do the corners because we have our little soft rule here where corners need to be, that's going to be a wall. Same with this one. Wall, and then these two also. Wall, and then that one can be a wall. And then let's get rid of the insets behind it. Okay, there we go. And another. And then these two as well. One more there. Hello, Bashir. Just joined. What are you building? We're building a game called Not Monsters, which I was prototyping over the Christmas holiday. Yeah, it's coming together quite nicely. I'm still not clear what I'm going to do with the game and how long it's all going to take, but I am clear on the fact that I should because everybody seems to be really loving and supporting the concept. So I'm going to have a shot at it. And see how we go. Okay, cool. Now we can fix up statue positions. So where are those missing? There we go. Crypts. I'll give you a little pitch. I'll give you a little pitch in a minute if you like, Bashir. Okay, a few more spaces at the entry before we need to fill it up again, before we need to extend it. But, all right, good. Let's put the ceilings on and head into the environment. Okay, Bashir, so we're making this game here. We're making this concept, Not Monsters. It's a social deduction party game. And so you can kind of think of it as like there are lots of villagers in a town and some of them are secretly monsters. The monsters need to kill the villagers and the villagers need to discover who the monsters are before they die. So the tech stack is Godot. So we're building this game out of Godot. We're using C# though. So it's C# and Godot for the game engine. And we're going with the forward rendering, forward plus rendering, and we're going with So I'm using a lot of different tools. It's like Among Us, exactly. Yeah, well, it's like the game Werewolf. If you've ever played Werewolf, it's a little bit closer to Werewolf than Among Us, but Among Us really drew a lot of inspiration from the Werewolf game, and so there'll be aspects of it that are very similar. Hey, Wicked Steel, how you doing? Also, hello, Lemon. Good to see you in today. Good to see you here. How are you? Always love your enthusiasm in the stream. Welcome in. Good to have you. Yeah, so yeah, you can think of it as like Among Us, but you know, we're doing a lot of things different, but we're doing some things similar at the same time. So it's yeah. I'm good. I wish I was here earlier. It's okay. You didn't miss too much. We've just been working on the Crypt still, getting that finished. In fact, while we're doing that, hey devs, hold on. Did we have a devs with a different number of underscores follow at some other point? Do you have a new account? Welcome in, man. Good to have you. Good to have you. Okay, that went south, which is funny. Hold on. Is that the whole? Yeah, that's the whole stone wall there. Okay, we want. Interesting. Copy that. If I go up, paste there. Now we've got the same location. We're going to need walls all the way down, which could affect... Okay, so not all the way down. These walls might need to be taller. How are we going to do this? I think we'll need 3. No, not 3. That's too many walls. We might need to scale some of this. You had basketball. That's nice. Awesome. I've been lurking a bit. I got a gifted sub last night. That's what it is, devs. I remember seeing your name for that reason. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, that's cool. Thank you for coming back and for hitting that follow button. I really appreciate that. You're like, you know, whenever somebody follows, it means a lot to the content creator. And I can speak personally to that. It does. It means a lot to me. So thank you. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Okay, that's too much. We are going to scale these up, which is an awkward thing because scaling can have weird side effects. We introduce weird scales. I try and avoid scaling as much as I possibly can. And if I do scale, I try and do it in the import settings of the asset. I think that's often the best way to do it. But we're going to do it now. Where are what's the other stone wall? I've got one more here. Okay, that just needed to be reparented to walls. Is it? Is it currently? I feel like it. Surely not. I guess it is. Let's put it somewhere here. Maybe these should go under the entrance. That might be a smart way to handle this. To be honest, I started watching tonight when the follow bots hit, so I thought I'd wait to not get caught in the crossfire. Yeah, like I appreciate that, devs. I appreciate you waiting, and I'm sorry that there was a little bit of that there were shots fired. I hope nobody legit got caught in it. But you are definitely a legit person, so I appreciate you just like keeping your head low for a minute. How you doing? Hi, Sus? I'm going to call you Sauce. Hey, don't worry. Don't be sorry. Not your fault. Look, you know, at the same time, you want everybody to have a good time. And yeah, no, it's a funny thing that. Okay. Now, if I scale you up, that might be okay now. And then I need to just like copy one of these. We're going to have to... Where do we even paste that? I guess we go here, but I want to keep this with the other one of these. I think we're going to take all of them and like move them lower. It's okay. I don't even know what to call myself. Well, that's all right, Saucy. We're gonna call you Saucy here. You get a new nickname for this stream. Welcome in, man. Thank you for the follow, and thank you. Hold on. Yeah, thank you for the follow, and thank you for being vocal with your follow. It's really nice when people get active in chat, man. I mean, that's why I'm here, is to hang out with people and to chat. So I appreciate you, you know, coming out of lurk mode, or if you like what you saw, I appreciate that you've decided you want to stick around. That means a lot to me. It absolutely does. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, that could work. I think all of these, I want to bring them down to the bottom here. Just so when I copy new objects, we don't wind up like... we don't wind up like having to jump up and down through the hierarchy to make it happen. Okay, cool. I like that you can do that, guys, that you can just like repeat a transform like that. Okay, none of that. So that gets a copy and a paste. Goes on the other side. If I can line that up here, then we're actually going to have the whole hallway. We're going to have to do something with the roof here, though. It can't be this. Unless we bring the roof down, but I think we can't do that with the current angle. So we might have to make the crypts deeper. But if we do something like a ladder, that's just gonna like take a lot of time from someone. So I'm sure you did an amazing job, but whatever you had to do as a mod, yeah, he did his thing. He did his thing. Hello, Draggyhan. Good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you. I put sub mode on almost immediately. Yeah, we can have it off now, though, so everybody can talk again. Ooh. That is a tall wall and a bad place. Okay, that tall wall goes. Were those stairs always clipping here? I didn't even notice them. How do we do that? We could try and move it all, no, we can't move it forward. Oh! We could move it forward. What a concept. What if we just do that? That solves a few problems all at once. Yeah, that's not bad. That'll do nicely. Okay, cool. What else is parented to this? That roof stone, okay. Guess it's just that we called it a roof. The whole ceiling can shift a little bit this way then. All right, good, good, good. Now there's a weird hole here, but we'll just move the roof in a similar fashion. Maybe what do we do here to make that roof work? If we move him like that. You know what? I don't even want that there. We're going to have to do some other thing. Use some other thing to make that up. And I also think we're going to have some like, just to add the darkness to this thing. We're going to need some really like large shapes here. What/Hughes music playlist? It's so soothing and therapeutic. Winter and Nightshade. Winter Nightshade. Cool name. This is, I mean, I freaking love this music. This is Bella. Bella is one of the members of this community who created this music for the stream, which is amazing. Sub mode, Maddie. Sub mode is where only people who have subscribed to the channel can say anything. That's what sub mode is. Yep. So for a long time, anyone who who wasn't subscribed wouldn't be able to speak. So it's it kind of it's a bit disruptive because it means the like new people who come in, they just like can't they can't engage with the community or the content. And if they did say something, then they would risk getting banned as well, which is bad. Okay, there we go. You know what? I have an idea. If I copy and paste you, but we change that to local space, we could actually make this crypt kind of like a line here, I think. No, that really doesn't work though, does it? Because we need the stairs to line up like that. So many of these are missing colliders, which will be an interesting problem as well. If I should duplicate the other one or just like copy paste that like that. It's indistinguishable. It'll be fine. I don't think we even need that actually. All right, let's just give this thing a spin. Head back to main. Okay. Okay, hold on. I think I'll deal with all of this probably after stream, Goldie. I think after stream would be the way. Like right now, I'm working. I don't want to deal with all that stuff at this particular moment. Okay, why did we fall through the floor? What the heck? Did we have colliders on it? I feel like we did. Get rid of the entrance. The entrance needs a lot of work and cleaning up. Where is that wall and why isn't it in line? Oh, whoops, we're in the wrong space. Is it me or does the head turning seem slow when the character changes direction? Yes, that is. It's not just you. It's not just you, but it's also intentional. I'm using something called active ragdoll, and that's the side effect of like my first experiments with active ragdoll. Active ragdoll does something Synfire where instead of just like playing an animation, what happens is you play the animation and then you try and move the body into the position of the animation. You'll see it in games like what's it called, Gang Beasts or whatever it is. So it's a method by which you can kind of you know what, I don't like this now that I see it here. I actually want it to just be we're gonna do that. So it is slow, but it's intentionally slow. Active Ragdoll was my nickname in high school. What did you do to earn that nickname? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Okay, so the issue here might just be... What did I do? Did I extend the... I think I moved it back, right? I think what we'll do... We can't even do that. I think in the environment now, all of this looks kind of like I don't like this. And I do want to keep the I want to keep the crypts as much underneath the city as possible, but not at the expense of like exposing a bunch of ground like that. So yeah, okay, in the crypts. I can probably even just, we can do this. We can narrow the roof. I feel like the characters will, because they're so small, they will still fit. And maybe it'll even make it look like and feel better. It's going to I think it'll feel better than it would otherwise. And then this extra block can almost go. Maybe this one too. What didn't I do? I'm guessing you you fell a lot. You fell a lot and then went limp. You just like blah, all the time. What else could it be? What else could you do to earn that name? I don't know. I'm too programmery with my thinking. Okay, did I accidentally duplicate something here? Why are we getting Z fighting there? What is that? Okay, hold on. Okay, there are two in the same location, I'm guessing. How annoying. If this goes a little lower, we really don't want any leaking light, which is another thing we're going to have to sort out in a minute. So that from the inside we don't have, yeah, okay, cool. Which means you get deleted, you get deleted, you and you can get a copy and then a pasta right there. Okay, nice. All right, cool. How's it going right now? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. Milosh, how long are you streaming? I usually stream for like 8 hours. But probably not that long today because that will put us at 6 a.m. So probably another 3 or 4 hours. How will you punch a hole in the terrain? With my fists. Nah. These terrain tools support cutting holes, which is really, really neat. Really cool. A lot of terrain tools don't, but already we have it's a little messy here, so I'll show you. It's really cool. Yeah, it's really, really cool. We can just go here, and like in Unity, you couldn't do this, but here we can go. Nope. No, thank you. And now we have a hole. So we've got our, while we're here and while we have the tool selected, should probably paint in some, hopefully we're not moving him again. Paint in some different dirt around the building. I think we're going to have to move this building across. I do like his placement. Maybe there's an issue with the placement of this. I shouldn't be painting ground yet till I'm sure of where it needs to go. Well, I could do a pretty quick and dirty, put some rocks over this or something. Really, I need to go and fix the geometry. This whole thing has been quick and dirty so far, but, you know, at some point we're going to have to start to take it seriously. But it is starting to get nice and dark like. Look at the difference that this entrance makes to the hallway lighting. Alright. Let's just do... So for a while I've been thinking we need some blackouts. We're going to add a node 3D. Blackouts, and let's make them. We're going to add a mesh instance 3D. It's going to be a quad mesh, and it's going to be huge. I'm going to make him like 50, 50, 50, 50. Um, 180 degrees here. I should probably, before I do that though, we're going to make a standard material. The albedo is going to be straight up black. Hold up. Tempted to even just like make this back faced instead of, but let's keep it moving. He says that he will stream very late and lie about what time he ends. It's true. I do that. I do that. Hey, Harry, good to see you. Welcome, man. I love the Cavs. Very enthusiastic. I think you need to move Town Wall out and then move the crypt back to the corner and put the graves in front of it. This is just my opinion. Yeah, no. You've got, let's say, you're right. It's a good opinion, noob. It's a good opinion. And I'm with you. I'm with you on this. So probably that. I think like 70, 70, 70. Even like less. Eventually it'll need to be about that big, but this is already going to make a big difference to how it looks internally, because we'll get no light leakage, but we'll have to do that from all directions. So kind of building an inverse cube here. There we go. Annoying. You only get so much scaling. Harry, 7 streams in a row, dude. Thank you, man. Hanging out with us all that time. I really appreciate it. We're going to have to make more of these, but I wish that snapping tool worked, Goldie. We still have it in the solution, but as far as I know, it's still not... Yeah, I'm trying it again. I just tried to do it, but... I don't know what I'm missing, whether it's for the wrong version of the program or what. I'm not clear on that, but... Okay, yep. All right, let's keep it going. The blackouts we're going to be able to turn off while we work, but they'll be handy when we're done. The other good solution here is just don't make your geometry have holes, but we're a while away from that. So for now, okay, one more with you. You get to have 180-degree rotation. 2, 4, 6. Yep, that's the right number. Should we go have an explore now, guys? We're still going to have a section where the roof one doesn't quite cover it. But I don't want it to clip the... like we need to put another 2 in there. But for now, let's just see how it goes. 7 stream streak is an impressive streak for a newcomer, especially. I really enjoy your stream. You're awesome. Yo, you're awesome, Harry. You're awesome. I really enjoy your, you know, your banter and your comments and your being here and your positivity. And I love that you love the game. That's awesome, man. Thank you for coming in again. Okay. Okay, now it's actually feeling dark. If I wind it to night, now we're getting somewhere. Though you're right, Goldie, about the ground. I might actually fix that this stream too. It's broad daylight. It's actually... Did I miss that gap? No, that was intentional. Yo, Lemon, 5 streams. Witchy. Oh, let's get out Witchy. Wait, there she is. We've got Witchy. She's going for a walk through the crypts. It's pretty spooky down here. It's pretty spooky down here, guys. I think we need some candles. I think we need some candles for the crypts. And we need to fix characters walking up and down the crypt stairs. Oh, that's one fast way into the crypts. Definitely need to fix that entrance. Ooh, sunset. I didn't realize we could see the sunset from the crypt entrance. That's kind of cool. Isn't that kind of nice? Should lighting only affect the crypt entrance and not the whole crypt? Yeah, it should, noob, but we need lighting volumes to do that effectively, and we might do that later, but for now we're just going to simplify it and not do lighting volumes. Because you can do this like environment volume thing that will have that effect. But yeah, we're not doing that right now. Are you working on a second floor? Harry, yeah, right now, all the different supporters who gave us subs during the game jam, they got supporter statues, and so what we've done is we've created a crypt down here where there's a few pedestals left for people to grab some, but then all of the different supporters get their statues in the crypts. So I'm looking at that. When did that happen? When did that happen? That must have happened very recently. They are too close. Man, that's annoying. All right. Roof off. Blackouts off. This wall. That wall is too freaking close. That's actually a pretty good selection result. I'm happy with that. And that can go a little that way. Even further. Should we just stretch it, guys? It's a little dirty, but it will work. All right, now we can go clean that up. The one thing we don't want to do is get the statues, like ruin the statues. Okay, cool. Little longer. Stretching objects always makes me uncomfortable. I don't like doing it. Okay, cool. Okay, that can go back on. That can go back on. Nice. By the way, when is the game going live? Can a normal person play it? Harry, I mean, these are all good questions, but dude, I've been doing this like as a fun hobby project on my holiday, and then maybe like 2 or 3 streams since then. I haven't really thought about these big picture things yet. I would like to. I'd like to be able to give you an answer. I'd like to be able to do like wish lists and all that other stuff, but it's too soon. It's too soon. I need to like... I've got a bunch of travel coming up, literally like Sunday. So in 2 days, I'm going to be traveling. And when I get back from travel, I'm going to take some time to really like sit down and figure a bunch of stuff out. And yes, I think eventually people will be able to play it when I get it to like a demo or get it to a demo. But there's a lot that has to go into it before then. Like I need proof of concept working. So, yep. Richie and Mr. Yeti. They are good characters. They are great characters. I really enjoyed that stream, guys. All right, hold on. Let's... Did we end up getting... Just so I don't forget, we need to... Let's get that one more statue in. So let's check our code in because we have a kind of like some version of the... I mean, it's not done yet, is it? The crypt entrance still needs a lot of work. And I might even tweak the character being able to walk up and down slopes before we call it done. But we'll get there. So, yeah, for now, let's start with... Man, it is pretty spooky and atmospheric. Where's this light coming from? This is candlelight from above. That's candlelight from above. I don't know how that's finding its way down into the crypt. See how it's flickering? That's definitely light from above. Where is there a candle above here? There's a lantern. Come on. I mean, there must be somewhere. We also need to make the camera clip the... we need to make the camera clip objects. Okay, there's an issue. And it actually makes sense that it would do that. All of these need to get a little brought into check. Okay, much better. Look at that witchy. She got swagger when she walks. Man, I can't wait to get the active ragdoll in. That's going to be such a fun stream. I think we'll be able to do active ragdoll for these as well. So when you walk past them, you'll actually knock the cane away, like like they'll bend away from you. Show me Gray's statue. Yo, okay, hold up. Where is it? Ready? Boom! Here it is, Lemon. It's Gray's statue. Isn't it sick? I think it's pretty cool. Oh my god! Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty good. I am happy with how it came out. So yeah, that's a win. Speaking of statues, let's get Zarene's statue in. Let's get Zareen in. We'll extract it. Zareen. Okay, where are we? Statues. Create new. Way down the end. The first letter Z statue. I want one. Lemony, I'm sure it'll happen. Stick around and, you know, you might catch one at some point. There's been so many people gifting people these statues throughout the stream. It's, did I not fix that? I thought I fixed that. Okay, I didn't fix it. We've still got another issue somewhere. That should be right after the entrance. Let's go find it. Okay, there's the entrance. Here, okay. Okay. Ceilings and blackouts off. Oh, how did I miss that? What did I actually fix? I think I fixed these walls, right? I can tell because it still doesn't even look right. All right, all of that has got to... Let's do it like this. Boom, from the top. And then I guess the outer ones... We have to select only the outer ones, which is a challenge. Okay, like that. Yeah. All right, nice. Little more. All right, cool. That's a lot of bug squashes in the community. Hey Sergius, how you doing? Good to see you in here. It's been an interesting and productive night. This walkway has been actually real challenging. This change of level, like how to change level, is that's not a fun thing to do. We're going to try and keep this as flat as we can. God of War, how are you, man? Welcome in, welcome in. The crypts are coming along quite nicely. Though I don't like this. Somehow, lighting from up here is interfering with down here. And that's a problem. What do we do? What do we do about this? We can move, like, rotate the crypts again so that the entrance just isn't under the city. But I do like the idea that you can travel down into the crypts as part of the gameplay. So maybe we keep that? I don't know. I'm not sure yet, guys. I think we keep it for now and we'll worry about the lighting later. How are you doing, God of War? You having a good night? Thank you for coming by. I need ceiling and blackouts on. And then let's go have a run. Glad to be done with the night shift. Yo, dude. Sunlight in a crypt? Yeah, look, here. It won't have it now. I just fixed it. This is why we have a blackout. But there are, like, for some reason it's not the sunlight that's coming through. It's a different kind of light. Yeah, so it's quite dark. But there's still some daylight, and we probably need to do like volumes to make it to, you know, not do like the fog. The fog is getting the sky, the color of the sky in it. But as it gets real dark, it's gonna get like that. This is where the candles are really gonna come into play. So yeah, we need like an environment volume or something. That's so in the crypt. Can we do that? Let's have a think about this. We're going to add a child node. World environment. Dang it. Default environment for the scene. Okay, we might need to do some Googling. Environment limits. Could I just not impose strict environment limits? Hold on. I want to have two different environments in two different locations so that things like the ambient sky of the fog doesn't affect the way that things look inside a building. See if it can answer that question. And then at the same time, we should... So we're done here. Let's take Serene in, get the scale right. Serene's came out really cool. 1.5. Yep, nice. We'll take a statue, give Zareen a statue, and that's probably it. I love how fast and easy it is now to get an object in. We have to give her a number though. Her number was 50. Hold on. Was Zareen or Chubby Boppy Bear 50? Oh, yo. She's 51. Zareen is 51. Danzy is 52. And 53 is Greybeard. God of War, thank you again for giving Danzy a statue. That's really good of you, man. Should I have some ice cream or get a drink? A drink for sure. I should also probably get a drink. Maybe I'll do that. I'll have a quick snacky break. It's not like me. I never have snacky breaks, but could be cool. Drink then ice cream. I could go for 2 drinks and skip the ice cream. I like personally. I'm on team ice cream from time to time. Don't mind me some ice cream. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Serena's 51. Greybeard is 53. Excellent. And then Danzy is 52. All right, cool. We have them in order. There we are. Now we can use our fancy script to place the statues. I love that that just works. How cool's hay bays too? We might even need a thing to randomly disperse some candles as well. Rather than us manually placing those candles, like a good script to handle those candle placements is going to be very handy. I'm always here and I love hanging out here. I can take y'all with me. Yo, Lemon. That's awesome. Love having you. Love having you here. Okay. Oh, these things are bothering me. They really need to get fixed up. Okay, environment. So see how the light here, this light is casting light down here, and it shouldn't. It should be going like, oh, there's a terrain. I can't do that. I'll not do that. But it isn't. It isn't doing that. So we're gonna have to figure that problem out. Create 2 environment resources, one for outdoor and one for indoor. Attach an area 3D to the building's entrance. Use the script to assign the indoor resource to the oh. Okay, hold on. So area 3D. Hold on, am I in environment now, or I should probably be able to go here, area 3D. This node has no shape. Okay. So what does it need? It needs a collision shape 3D, add node, collision shape 3D. And this needs a shape, which will be a box in this case. That's going to enclose all of this. Actually, you know what? We can maybe use this to cancel the need for our blackouts entirely. This could be really handy, guys. Those blackouts are going to be getting in the way. I kind of actually don't want them around if I can avoid it. That would be actually sick if this works. So, what we need then. You had banana caramel drumstick was so good. Ugh, yum, yum, yum. I want that. Drink, then ice cream, and then I take your... Yeah, that's pretty cool. Why not both? Why not both? Okay, so I learned something the other day. Sky color is going to be the blackest black. Ground color... Yep, that's about right. Can probably pick like this. Whoa, whoops. Now we're getting crypty. Now we're getting crypty, guys. Yep. This is going to really make it work when we add the... I mean, hold on. The blackouts still actually did something, which is funny. It's a shame that it did that. I mean, probably the... There we go. Now we don't need our blackouts. We are really going to need some light, though. Okay, we're going to need a little bit. We're going to need a little bit. Like maybe like a 0.5. Maybe ground can be black, and then we can give it some like... Okay, not so much. We could take the ground color for the sky. Yeah, now we're starting to look quite undergroundy. Okay, so we might be able to add an environment to the scene. And then this environment, this is our Crypt world environment. I think if that goes under our area 3D, create 2 environment resources, one for outdoor, one for indoor, attach an area 3D to your scene. Use a script to assign the indoor resource to your camera 3D.environment property when it enters the area. Okay. Where is our area? Yeah, okay. That might actually really work. So as we walk down, we're going to get about here, and then it's going to go, okay, transition to dark. All right. So where's our crypt? We're actually going to need a script now for this. Art, environment, architectural, crypts. From here, we create a new script. This is going to be the Crypt light transition. Then that goes here. Okay, we can load that script. Environment. Architecture, crypts. Okay. And let's get up code. Okay, where are we? Monsters, not monsters. Not even characters. Environment, architecture, crypts. Crypt transition, okay. So, our scene has a area 3D with a collider, which we would like to use as a trigger. When the trigger occurs, we want to cache. Find the active camera. Keep a reference. Cache a reference to it. Then replace the we want to find the camera, cache the current, and then change it to the child environment instead. This way, when a user enters the volume, the lighting changes from the old environment to the new. All right, let's have a shot at that. What's this head bob you got going on there? TwitchCon hype? Is that somebody buried up to their neck in the ground, but still vibing? That's quite the image. Praise be to the coding gods and you for being on and getting me through the last part of my shifters work. You helped make it fly. Raisin Skull, I love that. I love that I was able to do that. That's I hope your shift went really, really quick. I hope you had fun doing it. Okay, we did get our okay, let's see. We got, let me think. While this is cooking, let's have a think about where we go with these plaques. We could keep the current plaques, but we could also go with just like a more traditional stone plaque. I'm thinking something like this. Guys. What if we had something like that? Ignore the back, we'll delete all that geometry, but what if we had something like that instead? It might look a little better and draw more attention to the text instead of the without detracting from the statues. What do you all think? Might be a vibe if we do it right. Oh, Snolzy. Your statue might be a little too big. I think this is going to have to go down just slightly. Otherwise, nobody will know who this is. Also, yeah, at present, the size of this, like the shape of it, more than its size, actually gets in the way of some of the statues, which I don't like. I do not like that about this. So, whoa, why does that look so red? It was great. I'm glad it was a good shift then. Don't believe you with that emoji. The Tina emoji. Yo, that's a good show. What's that called? Someone's Burgers. The Burger Show. There's still a little like showing through. I think maybe our blinders might be necessary in the end. Bob's Burgers. That's it. That's it. Should really fix that hole. It's been bothering me for a long time. All right, we should just move on to... We should get some candles in and get a particle effect for the candles, right? That would be pretty sick. Where's our decorations? Let's go there. So environment, props. Let's go candles. And then we can add a candle one, a new scene, candle one, node 3D. Just to get us going, we can go a mesh instance 3D and put a capsule in. Where are we though? In our crypts, we've got our environment. We'll have our thing that does our transition. We should stick with that. Okay, yeah, let's test this before we go on anywhere. But this is what I'm thinking for the candles, guys. Something like this. Something really simple. Honestly, it's pretty high poly. We probably still need to retopologize this to make it look even lower poly than what it is. Those little blobs are too much, especially those. But that'd be a vibe. You love the candle? Yeah, it'll look really cool when we put those, like, imagine those all throughout here. And they'll all have a little flame particle, and then they'll all like light the space up. I think that's going to be really cool when I get it right. Okay, but first things first. Let's see if we can get this this light transition working. So, cache camera 3D. We're gonna get the viewport. We're going to Gonna cache the old environment, and then when we exit, it restores it. Okay, yep. Let's see if this works. What on earth? What on earth happened there? Okay, hold on. If I run this, this should work fine. Was that the Crypts that we ran, or not the game? No, that's the game. It looks like we've got the Crypt sky, even in like, where are we? We're nowhere near that trigger. Unless I made the trigger accidentally way too large. Let's go have a look at environment. I mean, it is actually possible. It's possible we clip the ground with it. Let's go to the crypts. And you know what? I don't think that is possible. This is quite tight. This is quite tight around the environment. Okay. Reddit will subscribe. gd.print ended crypt. Let's give that a build and see what happens. Environment, main. Main has its environment, and this definitely works. So yeah, we're about to find out. How have I been doing? Fook90, yo, it's good to see you, man. I've been doing really good. I've been doing great. Okay, what's going on? Did I log an error? Yeah, I did. But there's an issue that it's like entering it constantly. Okay. We only want this to trigger when the player enters, I suppose. What is triggering this? So let's see. We have our character. This thing needs a fix, but we only want to trigger the transition when the body which enters the collider is a character body 3D. I'm driving back on a 14-hour road trip. Yo, that's pretty cool. I'm about to do that. Castel, she tells me I should stream my road trip when I go on it. I'm not as convinced. I'm not as convinced that that's a good idea. I don't think it'd just be like, I don't know. I don't think I have the internet reception. I don't have the equipment for it, but like it would be pretty cool. That's enough lurking for you, Sebi? Yo, dude. Dude, it's 1 a.m. I appreciate you hanging out, man. I really appreciate you hanging out in this stream. Matt, like, the fact that you're coming back here and hanging out significant amounts of time, just, like, it means a lot to me, dude, because, like, it means I'm doing well at this if you're enjoying it. If you're enjoying it enough to do that. I really appreciate it, Matty. You'll get Starlink because you'll drop out quite a lot. The country has areas. I know. I don't think I have the money to do that. You know, I don't have the budget for it. Nah, it'd be dope, but pics will be enough. Just enjoy the moments. Yeah, that's true. Did we have a follow that I completely missed? Did I turn the follow sounds off and I missed Vexorus Hex? Vexorus Hex, that's a cool name. And welcome. Welcome into the stream. Okay, where are we? All right. Okay, if the body is not a character body 3D. Yeah, that should probably do the trick. Let's run that. I think Dev still has all her stuff for her Starlink. But the issue with that, Fook90, is that I have to take that up with like my like I have to take that on the plane and then set it up in my car and then drive ages and then figure out how to pay her for all the Starlink bandwidth and do all this other. It's like I could do it, but I don't know. All right, it should go like. Did it do it? Yo, it did, guys. This is now. Where's that light coming from? But this is not like changing the time of day. Oh, it is still changing the rotation of the light, but like this is affecting it so very slightly. And now we have to test if we leave the crypt that the light goes back. Oh my god, it's so dark. Gotta fix that gap, that's for sure. Make a cute photo with Sadie. When you're in that neck of the woods, yeah, no, I definitely will do that, God of War. I definitely will be doing that. Great idea, and yeah, totally. Okay, so what happened there? That actually worked surprisingly well, guys. Look. Daytime, and then boom, underground. I might need to like make the start of the volume. I don't know how exactly we do that. But if I make it really dark, let's say you stay down here all night. This is what's going to happen if you lose track of time down here in the crypts. See how dark it gets very suddenly? Ugh. That gap jump, no good. We need colliders to actually bridge that gap, but okay, hold on. I can't really keep forever saying it. That's not an our problem for so many big things. Okay, where are we? The crypt entrance. Here we go. Crypt entrance. We're going to add a static body 3D. Under that, we're going to go a collider, collision, shape 3D. I'm going to make that a box, because boxes are my favorite collision shape 3Ds. Then we're going to set this up so we actually have some stairs. Like that. Okay, local shape like that. Then one more of these bad boys. Okay, that goes out here. That goes out there. Okay, nice. That at very least, I think we could spend half a stream going and fixing collisions for this stuff. But that'll get the most important one. Okay, to be fair, I wouldn't film it. You mean the to film the drive? Like the whole drive from Brisbane to Melbourne? Would be interesting. I'm sure there'd be some people who'd be interested in it. Okay, now you can kind of just like walk straight up it. We have to fix the... Maybe now is the time to fix the character controllers. Because we do need the... Yeah, I need to fix it up. You're going to Melbourne? I live in Melbourne, Lemon. I'm going to Brisbane, and then I'm going to drive back to Melbourne. So, I mean, I watched when Dev went on a road trip. I mean, could be cool. Could be cool. You live in Melbourne as well, Lemon. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'm there too. I'm there too. Okay. Should be at... What am I doing here? Why is he clipping? What am I getting caught on? There's going to be a lot of things like that that need to be fixed. We are going to have to really work on this character controller. Hopefully that'll be able to solve a lot of our issues by designing that well. It is not presently designed well. It is not designed well at all. Okay, can that please repair? Okay, let's go have a squiz in here. That actually looks fine inside. Okay. There's a lot of fixing we need to do to that geometry, but those are problems for other times. Let's get some candles in, guys. Let's get some candles in this bad boy. Okay, candles. Candles are props, candles. Let's go to our art test right here. Car karaoke, and I am sold. I bet Dev had a lot of car karaoke. I could be convinced. I could be convinced to do some car karaoke. That could be a thing. Though I think your ears would probably bleed, Blake. I'm just going to warn you. Okay, hold on. I'm going to leave this day-night cycle doing its thing real quick for you all. One thing I probably should do now that I've actually set up this, just so the scene's nicer to work with. I think I can. If I go like here, this should be possible to... Oh, that scene has an environment? What the... No, it does. That's true. Crypt entrance. Oh, okay. So the defaults have persisted. Okay, that's fine. All right, I'm going to run this. Just because I never actually got a good timer going for this. When I go on my vacation this year, I'm going to Fraser Island. Yo! That's a nice place to go. That's a good holiday right there. That's a good holiday right there. You should do hard karaoke with Fasfi and Dev. What's hard karaoke, Fog90? I don't even know what that would be. But I don't even like easy karaoke, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see about that. Okay, let me just we'll leave this day-night running for a minute, and I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm going to get myself some snacks, and I'll be like 1 minute, less than 1 minute, and I'll be right back. I did not beat the day. I did not beat the day. It's still very much nighttime. Why is not raining during the night? Oh, gross, that could actually be sick. That could be really cool. That'd be a cool particle. I could do it. That would be a vibe. Lightning strikes. New. Oh, here I am choking. You're right. New follow. Thank you. Welcome in. Nikki. What are you eating? Ooh, lemon. It's not going to look very good for you because of the green screen, but trust me, it's really good. So it's chia, protein, coconut milk, and chopped up fruits. So it's like a chia fruit bowl. It's very good. For you, it probably looks like gross grey slop, but it's really nice. Looks like grey slop, exactly. Okay, so where are we? Crypt entrance. We kind of did that. Let's go inside the crypt. We're going to have to start working on like actual gameplay stuff soon at some point because we're building out too much environment and not enough core stuff. Which was fun to prove we could do the environment, but I think that's next, guys. After we... so this is like light transitions or dark area 3D. That'll do. Weird that there's these errors. I don't like those. I do not like them. I do not like them, Zem, I am. Okay, we should go to our art test and get our candle working there first. So candle 1. Candle 1's scale needs to be teeny tiny. Like 10% of that. And a little bit up off the ground. Let's go see on our art test. There he is. He's a little tiny candle. Okay, so the other thing in here. So now we're going to add a child node. This is going to be a particle, GPU particle, not 2D, damn it. GPU particle 3D. That's going to go at the wick. This has, let's see if I can remember all this. Process material needs to be a particle process material. And then in here, it's going to spawn a okay, not a sub-emitter. The draw passes is what we actually draw. The first pass is going to be a so I'm going to make this a sphere mesh. Okay. The sphere is going to, we need like 10, way less than you would think, like 5 even. Snolzy, 15 stream streak, hell yeah, man. Welcome in, dude. Well, welcome into the 15 stream streak club, I should say. For a moment I was like, welcome into the stream, and it's like, you were here ages ago. Welcome back, unless you've been lurking. It's the chia seeds. They plump up when they're hydrated by the milk thickening it a bit. Yeah, it becomes quite goopy. You've been lurking as always. I should have known. I should have known this. Okay, so the process material has the accelerated velocity, or even like acceleration's gravity. This is going to be like 3. Okay, now it's starting to look a little flamey. The size of this thing... Yo, another follow. Old fat grumpy. Old fat grumpy. We've got greybeard and old fat grumpy. I must be getting old from attracting this kind of crowd. To be fair, I am. I'm late 30s, so welcome in. I go to the gym too much to be fat, but sometimes I get grumpy. Actually, I'm cheerful. You're with the same. We might be a similar age, but we're opposite ends of the spectrum in other ways. I'm young though. Good, Lemon, good. Because honestly, I'm making this kind of thing to try and teach people who want to learn what I'm doing, you know? You definitely don't look it. No, that's good, Raisins. I swear, I'm not a vampire. Though, isn't that the fast rumor? She's also a vampire. Okay, what's going on with the this is kind of inherited. How do I revert this? I want this to go back to the default that we had. I mean, environment too. I actually want I really miss the way that the sky was before I went and messed with it. Surely there's a way to like undo this. Because this is now very gloomy and I don't want it to look like that all the time. It is going to help when making this look emissive though. Maybe we just do that quickly so we see how this looks in the dark before we undo with this change, because that is going to be really, really handy. Material, standard material, albedo, emissive. Hold on, emissive will be here somewhere. Emission. Gonna make it a little bit warm. And then turn the incandescence up. Yes, yes, we're getting flamey. We're getting flamey. You know me already. I spent 6 hours building my Windows TCP stack. Now I've finished work and I'm back on my Linux machine. Nice, dude. Nice. Okay. Yep. So you've got 2 different accounts, one on your Linux machine and one on your Windows one. I get it. Welcome back in, man. The way the thing is moving, I'm dead. You mean it doesn't look like a flame yet, but it will when we're done with it. We'll get there with it. So let's go to art test to see how, like, that's actually huge flame still. So the particle still needs to be smaller. And that's in, the radius is 0.1, 0.2, okay, we're gonna have to really make it quite small actually. 0.5. Hold on, 0.05 I mean. 0.5. Okay, there we go. Yep. The rate of emission needs to go way down. We could do a bit of alpha in it. Okay, where's the color? Because this should just be on, right? I mean, probably this should be a little bit. Should be a little bit like that. No textures for this. This is where we can give it a flamey look. Okay, cool. That's probably enough for the material. Now we can focus on the, let's go back to art test to see it in context. It's always good to like jump in and check on something like that. Okay, so this is not going to need a whole lot. The processing material, spawn. I mean, where's the rate of emission? The rate of emission is what we need to do. Monitored suspicious user, huh? Kind of vibing. You're liking the candle so far? Craftist, hello, welcome in, man. Good to see you. Good to see you again. How have you been? Okay, where's the thing that amount? We need like 3. I mean, like, yeah, like 3 or 4. Maybe 3 is enough. It's not burning that. We don't want it burning that like that hot. Okay, now life could be. There we go. .4, and now all we're really going to need to do is animate the life, the size over life. That's going to be a vibe once we get that done. So let's go to where are the animations again? I forget this. Display, scale curve, nice. Now we can kind of affect the shape of this thing. I think it's still burning a little hot. So to affect that, there we go. Now it's probably looking good. Now that's a flame. Candle! Seb, am I 38? No, I'm you're a little younger than that. But not by much. Not by much. You almost want to make me change careers and become a game dev. It doesn't make a lot of money though, old fat grumpy. It doesn't. It really doesn't. It can, but be careful, Akuraz. Today, Goldie's been on He's been on high alert. He's been on high alert today. Okay, let's see this. Oh, yo. This is going to be such a vibe. So here's the next thing. With candle we can do. We're going to add a point light. So an omni light. And the light is going to match this. It's going to match this. There we go. And back into the crypt. Yes. Yes. That's what we want. Okay, hold on. So the energy needs to go down 0.5. Crypts. 0.2. There we go. That's gonna look so freaking cool. I almost want to just like do this with just the one. Okay, so let's go have a look with just the one light. Where's our candle? We're gonna add a Node 3D lights. Okay, that candle can go there. Let's run the whole damn game. He did 20 kilometers this week. Hold on. When I stood up to go get food, my legs were freaking dead. They were dead, guys. You've done 20 kilometers. This is like 20 kilometers of walking or running or... Today I need another 10 kilometers. Damn. Okay. Into the crypts. Okay. Now that I've seen the candlelight, when it's actually dark, I think we need to make it actually dark. I mean, where is that flickering light actually coming from? It's not the candle. This flickering light is actually not the candle, guys. It's something else. If I go environment, there's like a light from upstairs. Maybe I just like, it's these lights here. Maybe I need something in my entrance script that turns those lights off and then back on. We might be able to do that. So let's see, here we go. So where are we? Statue placer. Oh my God, we haven't even checked that in. That script is so handy and it's not even committed. Crypt light transition. Let's just for now stage this. Okay, so light's not within the area 3D. The area 3D can interfere with the rendering. When we enter the area 3D, find all of the lights that are within its bounds and put them in one group. Find all of the lights that are outside of its bounds and put them in another. Turn all of the lights that are within the area on and the others off. When the script starts, turn the lights off to begin with. Okay. How are you finding AI for coding projects? It can make a lot of mistakes, but if you're careful about it and you describe things properly, it can do really well. Why are my messages being moderated? We did have this random thing happen today. Old Fat Grumpy, where some people came through and we had a lot of random follows and a lot of random people talking, and I don't know, maybe maybe this channel's being watched for that reason. So I don't know. Maybe Goldie can do something about it. I'm not sure. Hey, Psych, how you doing? I wish you look as happy as me. Am I not looking happy? Are you very, very happy? I'm glad you're happy. Well, you've got the power right inside you, so use it. And send $1 to Happy Dude Don't delay. Eternal happiness is just $1 away. Another scam. Twitch says you're a suspicious user. I don't know why, old fat grumpy. Like, don't worry about it. We know who you are. I do it at the gym and watch something on my phone. That way it makes it, yeah. I think when you're trying to do like actual exercise, those kind of distractions can actually be bad for your focus and being like locked in. You spend more time like watching the thing than actually doing the workouts, and your rests get longer and longer and longer. But if you're otherwise locked in, then yeah, you know, if you're running, it can really help you distract it, because running is just not about like being focused. It's just about pushing further. And if your mind's on something else, then you do really well, you know, comparatively speaking. Oh, that's a lot more changes. Camera light transitions. I guess it's the same responsibility, but I think one way we can do this is like see if the lights are children of the root node. Collect lights. Yeah, that's a good, yeah. Nice. Okay, so stop that, run again. Okay, let's see how this goes. Oh, the lights are off. That's an issue. Okay. Set lights visible. This is setting all of the lights off. It was supposed to only set the lights from beneath. Set the children of the area 3D off initially. Other lights should stay on. Okay. He wouldn't ban Snolzy? I mean, Snolzy would have to do something really, really bad to get banned. I can't imagine what it would be. I can't imagine it happening. Not in this universe. Doing 90-minute session with a goal to hit 10 kilometers is like 6.5 kilometers an hour. That doesn't seem that fast, but maybe it really is. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about it wrong. Isn't like a really fast walk, like 7 kilometers an hour. And I think if you walk 90 minutes really hard, you don't get 10 kilometers. Or maybe you do. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe that math checks out. You're too sweet. Thank you, Snolzy. So are you. So are you. I would kind of hope that I couldn't get banned. Lemon, oh, you're also too sweet to get banned. You guys just don't do ban-worthy things. So what's the difference between Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code? Elliot, that's a good question. Visual Studio Code is more on the, like, if we're going to draw a spectrum of, let's see. So there are development environments. And these do things like, you know, run, code, code highlighting. They are, let's see, debugging. They can like manage files. And then there's like text editors. There's text editors, and these, they manipulate text. All of these things here, to the right end of the spectrum, are like more advanced things, right? They're more bespoke, more distinct. They do very specific things. And so what you get is like, there are different kinds of text editors with like really simple ones where I would put things like, a good example would be like notepad.exe on Windows. You would get things like Nano down here. Maybe Nano is the simplest kind of text editor, and you would get things like then you get slightly more sophisticated, and you get like Vim, and then maybe things like NeoVim, and then like Emacs in terms of sophistication. And then you start to get things like Visual Studio Code, which is more like a text editor and less like a full like IDE. So when I say development environments, often these are called IDEs. And so yeah, you get this spectrum of stuff where there's all these different there's this different like level of sophistication for the thing that you're actually working with. And I would put Visual Studio up here, right? So Visual Studio versus Visual Studio Code is much more sophisticated with much more features. And then I would put things like Rider up here. But the thing is, as you get more sophisticated, as you get more towards this end, you get more, it gets more specific. Like the tool becomes more specific. So Visual Studio is a Microsoft tool. And so Visual Studio is very, very good at working with, it's very good working with .NET type environments. So what this means is like, you've got like Visual Basic, you've got C#, and it also does do like non.NET stuff, like, languages like C++. But Visual Studio is like, it gets really specifically good at these type of things where when you're down here, all like Nano and Notepad and Vim, right? Out of the box, these just do text, right? These are just text editors. And the same thing is true of Visual Studio, right? When you install Visual Studio Code out of the box, it doesn't really like have great built-in support for things like C++ and .NET. You have to add all these plugins to it to make it capable of doing that. So it can do this, but it really sits somewhere like halfway up the spectrum between these tools and like these more advanced tools like Rider. So yeah, the difference between Visual Studio and Code and Visual Studio isn't distinct, but you find that people gravitate to Visual Studio Code for things like a lot of web devs. So you're talking like JavaScript, and another great language for Visual Studio is VS Code is Python, and then like HTML. So this is like, depends what you're working on as to which one you choose, right? Because really like Visual Studio could do Python and HTML and JavaScript, but it's kind of garbage at that because it's got too many features. It's too advanced. It's gone too far from just text. It deals with a very specific set of different languages. And so, yeah, the long answer, that was a very long answer to a very simple question, but the long answer to what's the difference between a Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio is what languages it works with and how specialized it actually is. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. But yeah, thank you also for the insightful question, Elliot. I hope you stuck around for that answer. You've got a question too, Snolzy? Hit me with it. Seb, just a speed walk. Oh, I mean, it's a pretty fast speed walk. 10 kilometers seems like a really long way to walk. Actually, it's not that bad. I used to walk 10 kilometers on the way to work every morning. So it's like, yeah, it's doable. The machine it comes with, hold on. You're a bomb technician? Wait, what? Shadow Wolf, how you doing? Have a nice meal. Could you help me out with some Windows debloating? I've realized that the system is using way too much RAM and other resources that it should. I'm not sure how to do it and what is safe to do. Many thanks. Shadow, what's your reason for not, if you're really like, if your Windows is really bloated, what I like to try and do is back my files up in a clear and distinct way so that they're actually like nice and separate. And then if you've actually hit the point where it's too bloated, is just wipe it and start over. Often the best way to do it is to back up everything you need and then format. And don't get attached to your configuration too much. Make sure your configuration backs up and then like start over. Keep everything that you need and start from scratch when it really gets too bad, because eventually it happens. If you're on Linux, that won't happen. But if you're on Windows, eventually, yeah, it just gets a little bloated. And the best thing to do is, rather than trying to optimize, just start over. Okay, if that would ever happen, I would just send a wrath to the situation so you can't stop running. Gosh. Bless you, good sir. No worries. Hold on. You're not even talking to me. Somebody else is getting your blessings, Raisins Girl. Good lecture, Professor. Thank you, Ezra. Thank you, Ezra. I appreciate it. And hello. You missed Matt. Matt was in here before, by the way, Ez. You guys are both like getting in here and lurking. I freaking love it. I love it. I love the visual. Thank you. I work with C# in Visual Studio, and I never understood why people use Visual Studio Code. Watching that these other people develop wants me to start a new project. I used to use Visual Studio, but I like this environment way better. And I could recommend you try it. If you really like, if you do C# dev, you might absolutely love Rider. Rider feels a lot like Visual Studio, with similar kind of like, solution outlining and, all the other things that you'd be familiar with in Visual Studio. Like the run button up the top and like builds, and you can bring up your terminal and stuff like that. It feels a lot like Visual Studio, but it's faster and it's more powerful in my opinion. So if you're looking for a new .NET IDE, Elliot, I would recommend trying Rider, only if you're looking for something new. If it isn't broken, don't fix it. If you love your Visual Studio, stick with it, because it is very similar. It's basically the same thing, but they did just make this free for non-commercial use. So it's like, I don't see a good reason not to switch. Chat, need to know now. Have a great stream, Seb. Enjoy the 7-hour stream, because he's too locked in. Look, I've been very distracted very recently. Just now, we haven't really got much productive done at all, have we? We've been talking about IDEs and stuff. So, WinArrowTweaker, like, yeah, that's a good solution, Sergius. But also, I just burn it and start over with Windows. It's the best way. Though it even starts bloated. It starts bloated, which is crazy. You guys are playing Helldivers. Okay, nice. You're getting wrecked, I'm guessing, Ez, from that comment. I tried out Rider. I got to use the Visual Studio, so I stopped watching it. You can set Rider up with Visual Studio shortcuts, and that's a really nice way to transition, Elliot. To be honest with you, as a very new person with this deeper tech stuff, I'm not too confident with a full wipe. I'm using a VMware virtual machine for an internship, and it keeps crashing because of how bloated my RAM is. One thing you could do is reduce the resources allocated to your virtual machine. If it's asking for more resources than the computer has, that might cause it to crash. But if you make it a little bit slower, it might make it more stable. That's a suggestion, Shadow Wolf. I just want to quickly boost my system while I'm doing the current study, and after that, I'll look into switching to Linux. You don't have to switch to Linux, but just like back all your files up. You shouldn't rely on a specific computer for you to be productive, right? If this computer crashed, like tomorrow, I would be up and running again with a completely fresh install. Just all my files aren't on the computer itself, and all of my environment is very quick to configure and set up. And I think that's the better way to be, because when something goes wrong, you don't want to spend days and days trying to like fix the problem. You know, I think it's better to just like to be agile and not to get too attached to your environment. You're trying to get on here and cheerleader you as much as possible. Yo, I appreciate it, dude. Though, you know, there's heaps of this. I got a good crowd. I got a good crowd. We got a good gang here. You know, as much as I appreciate it, I think just be here if you want to be here, not because you need to be a cheerleader or anything like that. Not that I'm saying that's what you guys are wanting to do, but okay. These lights are looking nicer. If I go to environment and run this in the actual game though, let's see what happens. Hopefully now, when it runs, we'll see that the lights are on. I do see that the lights are on and a little shiny, though I have to go make sure that the emissive channel goes on for these, just to get them extra good. Lucario, welcome in, man. We are not monsters, exactly. Oh, shut the fuck up. You try and stop me. Fair enough. Fair enough, Ez. Okay, and then boom, it should go dark. And now, look at that candle. Look at it. Look at it shine. Yep, that's a candle. Hello, candle. Oh, hi. You're beautiful. I can't help but stare directly into it. It's too pretty. Isn't that cool? So now I can get the light flicker. Looking good. Isn't it looking good? Yeah, it's looking good. I'm gonna have to set up that volume in an interesting way though. That'll be a trick to get the volume right, but because right now you can see a very distinct like snap when the environment turns on and off. Okay. Last thing maybe for this candle. We need a good mesh for this thing still. So let's pull this in. And then it's freaking giant, of course. Maybe not quite that small, I guess. 0.2. Yep, that'll do. One thing we could definitely do to make this candle a little better is have two colors in it, but I don't know if I should bother because it's far more objects. It might double the number of objects if it does. That can go, and then those particles need to go to the top of the wick. Can this go a little higher? I just want to be able to place it on the surface and have the wax be there. So, okay. Let's go have a look at the crypts. Okay, node 3D. Here's a candle. That node 3D is the... Okay, cool. So now, I think the last thing I want to do... one thing that's kind of weird about Godot is you can only have one script per object. What if I want multiple scripts per object? Do I have to have 2 layers of objects in the hierarchy? I mean, let's do a quick. This is something I've been thinking and wondering, and I haven't really run into the problem yet, but we're going to run into it eventually. So let's just check it out. In Unity, you have game objects, and game objects have components. In Godot, everything is a node and sits within a hierarchy. You can have multiple components on one game object. Is it possible to have multiple scripts on one node? Let's see. Why would you need 2 scripts per node? I mean, in this instance, I have a script that places all of the statues around. I also would like a script that randomly places these candles around. So that's basically the reason. Is I would like to randomly place candles all over the place. Yeah. You can have multiple scripts affecting a single node, just not exactly in the same way as Unity. Here's, ooh, all right. Yep. This seems not relevant. Is this supposed to be the Godot version? Composition is done via nodes, not scripts. So, okay. Single node can have only one script attached directly. You cannot attach multiple scripts to the same node. You can still get the same power, just structured differently. Player, movement, health, inventory, weapon. Okay. Yep. Each child node acts like a component. Each communicate via get node signals, exported node references. Okay, so probably what I need to do is we need to finish our testing. We're not done testing this. We need to know that if we go down, those lights turn off and the other ones turn on, and that if we go back, it happens in the other direction. Off we go. Come on, come on, come on. Some flames here will be cool. Those turn off. This candle turns on and looks sick. Need to fix the character's sliding. I'm not sure those lights turned back on. They certainly did not. Okay. Set lights visible. Set local lights visible as false. Okay, cache scene lights, cache local lights, collect lights. Update light group and state. Okay. Cache scene lights. This is way too complicated. Okay, hold up. Sorry, guys. I know I've been ignoring chat because I've been thinking and reading. This bounds checking is way too complicated. This script is going to exist in a scene where all the lights will be a child of the parent object. Search for lights that way rather than checking bounds. Okay, hold up. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Oh my god, wait. That's a lot of messages. That's a lot of messages I missed. I'm really sorry. I thought I was a little bit more onto it. So just for context, I'm running a laptop with an i9, 16 gig of DDR5, and I've dedicated 8 gig of VM, and it still struggles and is pretty slow. I mean, that shouldn't really struggle with a virtual machine. I mean, DDR5, decent RAM. i9, not a terrible processor. Yeah, I don't know, Shadow Wolf. I think you probably need to reduce the resources being given to the virtual machine. That's probably the thing to do. Lucaria, you have to remember some of us are here because we want to be here, because the background noise helps while I work, and seeing you just create shows just how much goes into how little changes can have big impacts. Yo, Lucaria, that's awesome. I'm really glad that you get to see that, man. Unfortunately, with the resources in my possession, a dual PC setup is a bit out of my reach. As a student, it's quite a big task at the moment. So I'm trying to work with what I have and optimize it. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Hey, Jose, welcome in. Welcome in, dude. Why would you need 2 scripts per node? Yeah, so like sometimes you could like, I see what they're saying about composition. You just like, instead of having them on objects, you have just child objects. And if it needs to refer to the parent or a sibling, it can just traverse the hierarchy with like string searching type stuff. But you want to candle spawners and attach the script to it. That's exactly what we're going to do, Sanuso. Absolutely. That's the plan. But the other thing there is I would like with my Unity thinking, there'd be like all that stuff. All the parent operates on the children, right? And I think I need to reconsider how this happens, and I need to move even the statue placer needs to be on a new like child node. So like my plan is to like soon I'm going to do this now is we're going to have statue placer. Actually, there we go. Hold on. Statue placer will just go on statues instead of on Crypt. But yeah, and then we're going to have another one for like, we're going to have a light placer or a candle placer. Candle placer. Even this statues can become statue placer as well. And then I just need to relocate that script and make sure that if it moves, it's fine. Make a single function in Crypts that does both. No. Accuros, if we did that, we'd be breaking, like, there's a really, really powerful rule. If you do any programming, Accuros, you'll learn the single responsibility principle. And what that idea kind of says is that like good code should do one thing and one thing well. And maybe a better reason, like a better way to describe it and think about it properly. I don't think that always holds up quite well, because sometimes you want scripts to do multiple things. But a script should really have only one reason to change. If you're going to make changes to it, then like contain those changes within it. So like, candles is a responsibility. I can say, okay, we want a script that has responsibilities. Placing statues, that's a responsibility. You could think of the Crypt as something that has candles and statues, but then what's going to happen is your code for managing candles is going to get muddled up with your code for managing statues. And that's a bad thing. You don't want that. You want them nice and separate. And if they share behavior, you want abstraction to deal with it. You want to have like, yeah, you want to reuse code in some, like compose that into a new object with behaviors that both of them use. Again, as a very green person with deepest tech stuff, I have not. I mean, I probably wouldn't be recommending you trying to overclock the RAM on a laptop like that. Like Sergius is suggesting, you're more likely to do damage than to, it's like, yeah, it's unless you know exactly what you're doing, probably don't mess around with that type of stuff, Shadow Wolf. Lemonly, I love being a multitasker. Yeah, you've got to be a good multitasker to be a streamer, that's for sure. How dare you ignore us? I'm sorry. I try. What's the main version of Windows on your device? Not the VM. Windows 10 or 11? Yeah, it's a good question. Host machine is Windows 11. Yeah, yep. I mean, Windows 11 is a bit bloaty. Feels like every Windows gets more bloaty. More and more bloaty. Ever since Windows 7. Yeah, no, it ain't happening. I just want to try and reduce the... Okay, well, one very simple thing that you can do, Shadow Wolf, is you can go into your process manager, and then you see there's this memory right here. You can click that, and you can see what programs are using your memory. If there's a program in this list that's using a lot that you don't want, that you don't care about using, like then you can remove it from your Windows startup. So there's startup apps. You can go in here and select the one that you like, remove the one that you don't want. And also you can just like right click it and go end task and it can kill it. But, that's one very quick way to win back memory, Shadow. But again, I don't think that's really the best solution. I think it's better to just, to not install stuff that you don't know about, and to kind of keep your computer lean as you work, and then add the things that you need only when you really need them, and be able to like walk away from your computer at any time. I want to go back to the good old days of Windows 7. Yeah, I hear you. All right, where were we? Okay. When we exit the crypt, the lights that were turned off when we entered should be turned back on. Okay. Set inside lights visible. We need to set outside lights visible. Okay. Let's give it a run. And once this works, that might be the time to look at... I have to get in a good sleep pattern for the travel that's coming up. Those lights 100% are on. The outside lights are on. They did not turn off. They're back on here, which is nice, but we wouldn't see the flickering light if it weren't for that. Okay. Update. Okay, inside light visible, outside lights. True. On body enter. Inside light visible on. Okay. God, I hate this guarded code. Like, you just don't need so much of it. Why is that not working? Cache parent lights. Okay, this one. It's really gone and done this wrong. Might have to do this one again. I felt like I described it quite well, but this one has kind of not hit. Parent lights. Where are parent lights actually being assigned? Okay, copy path. I want Windows 7 and 10 to be supported, but that ain't happening. Like, just go use Linux, Sergius. Go try Mint. That feels a lot like Windows. This is not monsters. This window. The taskbar thing, I'm very much aware of it. There's only like 3 or 4 apps that are available on startup core stuff, but it appears that my browser, Firefox, is taking up like 6 megabytes of, yeah. I mean, the browser usually does take up the most RAM. That seems to be how it goes. It's just like the way that the web has gone. Okay, good night, Goldie. Sleep well. Oh, hold on. You're saying you're going to sleep. You're saying I'm going to sleep and you're surprised. Fair. Yeah. Try not to move too many tabs and have... Yeah. Though, like, honestly, like Chrome and Firefox do a pretty good job of, like, writing the background tabs to disk. And then it does actually reduce your memory usage. So having, it doesn't reduce it that much at the end. It's just like sometimes one website can take up 200 megabytes of RAM if it's not, implemented in a particular way. I haven't used Firefox in years, but I always remember it being pretty RAM heavy. These days, it's not so bad. Any lighter browsers for Shadow Wolf, Sebi? You can try Zen Browser. Zen Browser is pretty light. If you really want a light one, surprisingly, Edge is actually pretty good. It's not too bad. Yeah. Okay, Sergio, you're using Mint. Perfect. Problem solved. Then you're probably getting the closest thing you can to a modern version of a Windows 7 and 10 type experience. It's if you want a direct Windows swap, use KDE Plasma or Zorin OS. Oh, that's cool, Linux. Yeah, good suggestions. That's what I thought. Hold on. Right. Not a chance. No way he's going to sleep early. Just your wait. Just your wait. What on earth is this doing? I feel like deleting the whole thing. Why has it got these strings? Lights ad group. This thing's going. It's just not. I'm over it. This went really wrong. We're gonna start again and get the prompt right. Because it kind of works, but kind of is not good enough for us here. I mean, maybe I can just even deal with the flickering lights from above. It just kind of ruins the aesthetic though, doesn't it? Let's give it one more shot. We'll give it one more shot. Okay, Crypt. Okay. Okay, let's see. We had a pretty good original prompt here. That we can use as a trigger to know when the player has entered that space. Okay. As a child of that area 3D, there is an environment. What's it called? A world environment. Is a world environment that renders things differently. With rendering appropriate for the interior space. Actually, sorry, when did I zoom this in so far out? 3 a.m. turns to 5 a.m. It does. It has a tendency to do that. I'm not gonna lie. Shadow Wolf 9, thank you for the follow, man. I also hate Edge for its Bing. Yeah, it does try and push that stuff on you, but Microsoft has almost infinite resources, and it really kind of tried to compensate in the other direction after Internet Explorer got such a bad rap. So they really tried to course correct. And to be fair, from a technology perspective, they did, but I don't think they're going to win the hearts and minds of people with Edge. It's just too Microsofty with all their ads and the Bing stuff, and it's too much pushing their agenda. But under the hood, it runs a pretty lean, web rendering engine. That's the thing. Thermal stuff ain't an issue. My laptop runs at a cool 60 system wide. I mean, Shadow Wolf, it sounds to me like you're just giving your virtual machine too many system resources. It just needs to be a simpler virtual machine, and that might solve your problem. As a child of that area 3D, there is a world environment with rendering appropriate for the interior space. When we enter the space, we want to swap from the old. From the world environment that the camera on the character 3D? No, it's what's it called? The character, where is it? These are all not mounts of transitions. We're looking at character swapper monsters. These are all character body 3D. The character body 3D. And is it on the character body 3D? It's, yeah, beneath the camera beneath character body 3D. When we enter the space, we want to swap the world environment that the camera, which is a child of the character body 3D, is on. We want to swap from the world environment the character, which is character 3D. This is becoming too long of a sentence, and I am probably getting tired. When we enter the space, we want to find the camera that is on the character body 3D. Its environment needs to be set to the one below our area 3D. Our area 3D needs to set instead. When the character leaves the area 3D, the world environment needs to be restored to the one that it was previously before entering. We should also find all of the lights which are on. I mean, hold on. What if we might actually want to do something a little different here. At the moment, the environment has the crypt. What if we treat the crypts and the town as two environments, and we switch the town off and we switch the crypt on? That'd be one way to do it. That might actually be simpler here. It would mean introducing a new level of delineation, but it might actually make a lot of sense for later when we deal with other interior environments, because at that time we need to be switching environments off and on. Definitely we can do that. That's a good idea. And I think for that reason, we're probably going to leave this, we're going to leave it deleted. And that area 3D for now, I don't think we need that either. So those can go, and then later we're going to actually deal with, we're going to actually deal with the lights and switch the entire environment off and on. So this is going to be candles. All right, so then that means the, if we, the thing we want to do there, oh, I don't want the resource, I want statue placer. Let's go show in file system. Can we copy the absolute path there? Yes. So okay, there's the statue placer. New chat. The statue placer is currently on the crypt root node for the scene. I would like to move it to the character statue placer node instead. Is there anything in the script as it is now that would prevent it from simply moving? Okay. I see. I'll try and run it down to 5 gigabytes of RAM and see how it runs. Yeah, unfortunately, Windows doesn't work that well in a VM. But there's something you can do called, what's it called? There's a kind of tech that you can use with virtual machines that give them direct access to your CPU and GPU. You might want to look into configuring that depending on what you're using to host your virtual machine. I actually hate that I can't uninstall Edge. Like, why would I use that? Yeah, I know, Goldie. I'm with you. Hey, Icy, good to see you, man. Gotta justify investing in Bing somehow. Yeah. I do think there are some reasons where like they'll use the browser to do like there'll be stuff that actually happens in like actually is necessary for Windows to run in the browser from time to time, but mostly no. Mostly that's BS. Okay, we need to maybe mess around with those plaques a little still. What on earth happened there? Okay. I was looking at an asset and it was just like the wrong one. There's some weirdness on the back of our on our plaque. Whoa. And some faces which need fixing, but this might be a better solution for our I think that's going to be a better solution. So let's download this. See if we can actually get that plaque in. So this is going to be nothing hard locks the statue script to the scene. Looks for walls and statues. Yeah, okay. This keeps the walls and statues as children. If you keep the walls and statues as children, I don't want the walls and statues as children though. I don't want the walls and statues as children. Let's restructure the code so that it looks at children of its parent rather than children of itself. Okay, there we go. Okay, candles indeed. Candles are coming along. Okay, God, the gym took it out of me, guys. I can actually kind of feel like I can feel the exhaustion. If anything gets me to go to bed early, it's going to be because my leg day freaking killed me. Okay, statue placer. Let's go fix up the placement of our statues. 3D scene. Clear that. That goes there. Load. Editor. Statue placer. Excellent. Give it a run. Hold on. Statue placer runs in the editor. I mean, that seems fine. Let's just test with Greybeard here. If Greybeard were to like go nya, and then I ran statue placer. Statue placer, boom. It likes to act like it worked. But did it actually work? Okay, where's our output? Missing statues node under... Okay, yeah. Well, that's fair. That is actually fair. That makes a lot of sense. You know, I kind of just want this to be called statues now. This can just be called candles, can't it? Statues, boom. All right, good. That's quite nice. So we're gonna have to be quite creative with the different with the placement of these candles. This should be fun. This should be really fun and interesting to get right. So, where are these plaques? Statue plaque. If I show in file system, if I get rid of this, maybe we keep this one for God of War. If I make the statue plaque 1, that should be fine. Any minute, that shouldn't take very long to do, but here we are. those can go. Okay. Maybe we even make that 2 instead of 1 to make space for a new one. What happened to Craig's mustache? That's ridiculous. We need to adjust him. Okay, those can go. Then we need to rename the new one, get it in the right place. The cool thing here is, since we thought hard about it and were smart about it when we got this set up, we should be able to do this. Okay, transform 0, 0, 0. That's going to go like there. Now, if that goes, oh, hold up. Why is that because it's an FBX. All right. Let's see how this works now. If we turn you off, go look in the crypts. Doesn't look half bad. Though they need to be smaller. It needs to be smaller for sure. But now we can just do that. We can do that because we have it centrally controlled. So a little lower so that it actually frames the text. Okay, now we're cooking. Some of them really look like it's a part of this thing, but others not so much. It's for the really long names. Those really long names are going to be the weird ones that kind of like act as the outliers, the exceptions to the rule. What are we doing right now, Casey? We're still messing around with the lights and we're getting statues into the crypt. Statues in the crypt. That's the plan. Sorry, candles in the crypt. Like this one that I think looks really cool. But also the plaques. We're fixing up the plaques. Crypts. Pretty cool. The other thing we could do if we wanted to is make it quite narrow like this. And then set it further forward. Not a bad approach. Whoops, there we go. A little further forward. Save there. Go here. Too far. Little more. Kind of works. Though I don't like their floatiness. There's a little bit of floaty. And then we'll be able to put candles around them. Gray got a statue? Yeah, that's it. Hold on. You want to see? We'll take our candle with us. Let's take that. Let's take the candle. And go find Gray's statue. No, he'll be away from here. These are all the really old ones. The newer ones are... There he is. And check it out here. We'll I'll show you how these candles are going to work. There we go. We definitely need that light flicker for these candles to really look awesome, but he's going to be able to sit on the ground too, which will be quite cool. And then here on the edge of stuff. Maybe even here, like on the actual names themselves. It's gonna be looking pretty cool. Yeah, Gray. Pretty cool. I like it. What do we think about candles on the statues? Ooh. Ooh. Could add to the atmosphericness. Yeah, so this will be a vibe. This is going to be really interesting when we get it done. These can be more narrow, I'm noticing. There's very few that are long enough to actually get in the way there, and that leaves a lot more space for some other stuff. What if I search text, select all of them, and then move all of their local Y height a little bit down? It's a risky move, but it could pay off. 6.9 could be like 6.5. Yeah, we can do it. .6.0, and that means this plaque can go a little lower. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking, guys. 6 could go to like 4, or even like 3, even 0. Now it's looking all right. Now it's looking pretty A-okay. All right, I'm liking it. So, what we need now. We've got statues. I want to get the candle placement. So, in Crypt, we have... Where's the Crypt statue placer? I think it's an editor. Right, and it should be too. Okay. We're going to also have a Crypt candle placer. Crypt candle placer. I think what I want to do for this, in our... So in the inset, if I say here we're going to have like a... I really want to reset this sky color. I guess it's already good in this one, but we're going to have some node 3Ds. Kind of gives me a little Skyrim Crypt vibes. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I think we need to work on the lighting in there a lot. When I get the lighting right for that environment, then it's really going to look good. But for now, it should be fine as is. So let's make a new child node. It's going to be a node 3D. This is going to be a candle locations. Candle locations. That can be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And then under here, we're going to add a new node 3D. Candle location. Maybe we do it like this. Just to like make it unambiguous and make sure that it's clear that it's a marker. So candles could be there. Candles could be there. What the hell happened? Is this other candle in a random spot? Yes, it is. I wish we could do the vert snapping. Vert snapping would be very handy. Candle location, a bit there. Can't really tell if it's on a surface, which is very annoying. We kind of need a mesh here. It's all right, we'll adjust as needed. Candle location 2. If we have the same thing on the floor, could be cool. Same thing on... There's a snapping button near cube under art tests tab. Art tests tab. Oh, yeah. No, I know that you can snap to a grid, but I don't think you can snap to a surface. I think this is going to snap to a grid. So now when I try and do these moves, you'll notice that they go in like big chunks. So they go in giant chunks, but what I really want is to snap to a surface. So this is going to be snapping to a grid. Unless there's some other kind of snapping I don't know about. But yeah. But thank you, Akiras, for the suggestion. That could have been very helpful. Maybe I put some candles up on these. That would actually look kind of sick. The other thing that could look really cool here would be candles down like here. Like there. Especially if they're a bit forward from there. Might also be cool to have them like up here on the pillars. These initial locations, maybe even like a little back from the front there. Even further potentially as well. All right, let's start with that. So okay. So we're going to have Crypt candle placer. Okay, so the Crypt candle placer should look through all the children of the parent scene and find every instance of a node where the name contains candle location. There will be many candles that are a child of the Crypt candle places node. The Crypt candle places node. This is node. Go through every candle and put its location to match the position of the candle location. Node objects we found earlier. Objects. Randomize the candle rotation around their y-axis. So Crypt is going to have walls, statues, candles. Let's put candles up here. Whoops. This needs to have the candle placer, art, environment, Crypt. No, hold on, editor. Editor, Crypt candle placer. The Crypt candle placer lives on the candle node. The Crypt candle placer I am getting tired, guys. Placer should look through all the children of the parent scene and find every instance of a node where the name contains candle location. There will be many candles that are a child of the Crypt candle placer's node. Go through every candle and put its location to match a position of the candle location node. Objects. Pick which object it should use for the location at random. Randomize the candle rotation around their y-axes. Keep in mind that these could be far down the scene hierarchy. Statue placer has a, let's see, so we want to reference this. This should be triggered in a way similar to how run placement functions on the statue placer. Only in the editor and only when clicked. Okay. Hockey. Good. Well, this will be nice when this runs and works. It's a bit exciting. Yeah, quite exciting. What else do we have? We had some candle variants. That might be worth getting in. But in the whole, if we can polish off the last few, the last few details of getting the, well, we get some random cool looking candles in here. Oh, that's another thing actually. Candle, while we wait for that, candle should probably get the light flicker. Load, art, environment, lights. Is it the street lantern? No. Candle, where is it? Actually, there's a good place for candle right here. Where did I currently put the candle? In Crypt? Because if so, it's a fair point that that shouldn't just be there. Show in file system. Props candles. Okay. This needs to move as soon as we're done with our script. I don't think it even matters actually. That can just straight up go. Environment, lights, candles. I guess they could be considered props, or they could be considered. They could be considered lights, or they could be considered props. But I don't know. I think they have some utility, so it makes sense to group them this way. Okay, I mean, I need your advice later in the year on something I make. A board game. Katie, that's sick. Board games are really fun. There's so much design that goes into them. Like, people don't, like, they think that the hard part of making a computer game is the computer part, and it's not. It's the game part. Games can be hard. Games can be real hard to make. Okay. This is nearly done. It's nearly done, chat. Okay, Crypt Candle Placer. I'm not even going to read it. I'm just going to trust. And we're going to run it. We don't have any freaking code checked in. It's a terrible idea, but I'm going to do it anyway. Just you wait. I've tried to make a 2D platformer with Godot. It did not work as intended. Look, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. Okay, here we go, guys. We're really YOLOing this one. Such a rebel. It's not like me, but... Ooh. Ooh. That's a randomly placed candle. Look, more random candles. Look at that. Oh my, who knew? The candles could be so randomly placed. We need more candles, more. Whoops. Should be easy for us to now adjust the amount of candles. Boom. More candles. And more vibes. Simultaneous vibes and candles. So easy to place. Isn't that good? That's pretty sick. I'm into it. I think this is, yeah, I need more tech art. I love tech art, guys. More of them. Okay. Nice. Boom, even more. We almost should run this at random every time so that they're always different. I'm tempted to do that. Just like light them randomly every time so that yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I want to see Seb rebel. That's the funniest thing. You'll be like smoking and smoking weed. I don't know. That's not very me, guys. That's not very me. Boom. So many candles. More candles than you know what to do with. Twice the candles. Okay, this is starting to look quite cool now. Yep, this is gonna work. This is gonna work. Let's go to the main game and run this thing. Seb will be like listening to Satan music they call heavy metal. What on earth? Satan music. I will not be smoking the devil's lettuce or listening to that satanic garbage music. Nah, I actually think heavy metal could be quite good. It's not exactly my style, but that's not to say it's not good. Okay. There's some candles. And statues. We need to like... Ooh, spooky. So we definitely need a little bit more... Eightfold needs like... Eightfold needs to be shrunk a little. Penny needs to be shrunk a little. Oh, we won't read their names, guys. We need the names. We definitely need to... we need to control the lights a little in here. But on the whole, this is starting to look quite cool. I need to get the light flicker on. Let's do that because that's a really quick win. Candles, candle 1. Let's open candle 1. Then Omnilight. Quick load, flicker. I didn't know that. The quick load seems way better. Lantern flicker could just be light flicker. Lantern flicker. What if we made lantern flicker flame flicker instead or something like that? Lantern flicker. What if we just move this up? This became light flicker. Wonder if that breaks everything. Hopefully not. Quick load, light flicker. Okay, environment. We might even just to speed this up. No, it's not even environment, it's main. So we don't have to run there every time. Let's grab our character swapper and move it all the way over here. We didn't get as far as I wanted to this time. We didn't do the rest of the graveyard. Probably because we spent so much time on the entryway. The entryway is a huge time sink. What about the glorious sound that is metal on sub? Hey, I said I liked metal. I said metal was good music. Okay, some of these... we might need to like separate the wax from the candle itself. Is that light actually flickering? I'm not sure if it is. Light flicker. Collect lights. If the node is... okay, hold on. Where's collect lights? Yeah. Got to collect all the lights on... actually, probably this is the issue. Clear that. Candle gets the light flicker. Okay. 3D environment, run it. And I think then, guys, you're off. Yeah, I'm heading off too, Goldie, very soon. Very soon. I was just looking at the 3 a.m. and then I'm like, all right, go time for sleepies. Is that flickering? Oh, you know what would be really cool? I know. I just came up with an idea and I was about to call it, but now I have this. So, God damn it. Y'all are right. Y'all are right. I'm terrible at this. I'm very bad at this. Very bad at this going to sleep thing. Good night, Goldie. Sleep well. We had an effect we could put on the, not on the material, maybe it was here, the physics pass. We were able to add that, where was it? We were able to add the turbulence. Yes, turbulence. And then we want to rotate there we go. Now we're getting some candleness. Now it's really candly. Doc, thank you, Dot, for the follow. I really appreciate that. Write the idea down for next time. Yeah. Only it's just so hard to actually make that happen if you do it like that. The transform align Y to philosophy. There we go. That's what I was after. So now we're going to get the flame actually like flickers a little with turbulence. We can also get it to fade out over time. That would be one thing we can do. We checked alpha before. Color curves, color ramp. No, we want animation. Display. I think maybe even the color curves actually. Alpha curve. Curve texture. Curve. And then from 1 to 0. So it fades, but I don't see no fading here. Honestly, I don't see it fading at all. But that would be what I'd be expecting to see. Acceleration display. Alpha curve. Yeah, that seems fine. Do we have alpha on? Transparency, alpha, yes. We need to move the... Not changing it. Color. That doesn't affect the color at all. Where's the color coming from if it's not coming from here? Could be the emission? Maybe that's what's up. There we go. There we go. What if we make this emissive? Yeah, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking, guys. That's good. That's good. Still, this is not affecting anything. Still, that's not affecting anything. Oh well. The candles are flickering. Go to bed. Yeah, these candles are going to put me to sleep. I'm thinking of developing a mod for Minecraft, Shadow Wolf. Nice, man. A small-scale project might be fun. And maybe just continue with the game idea. We'll see. Yeah, do it, man. Goldie going to bed. I know. He's like my canary in the coal mine. Goldie is my canary in the coal mine when it's like I should probably go to bed myself. If Goldie's going, then it's like, yep, it's time for me to start thinking about going as well. Okay, let's just do one more run through the crypt with these new sick candles. I think the turbulence is going to really make them look way better. Then maybe we bring the lifetime down a bit. I don't know if we're going to see it flicker though. The emission is going to flicker anyway, which will be good. Where was our candles? Candle 1, we moved that up. Yeah, I think now it's going to be good. Now it's going to be good. Poor Goldie. Seb is going to sacrifice him. The canary in the mine. Yeah, the canary in the crypt in this case, actually, guys. As it gets darker. Yeah, this is working. Though I don't think the flicker is actually explicitly working. Let's go have a look at that script fast. This is our candle or our light flicker. Okay, collect lights under this thing. Collect lights. OmniLight 3D should count. Okay, yes. All that looks good. On ready. Collect the lights. What if we run this scene? This might actually make sense to just run. Add child node camera, and then we're going to align, transform with view. If I run this scene, we should see a flickery candle, right? And the light should flicker, very obviously. That's not the scene I was thinking, but okay. F6. Yeah, the lights. Oh, hold on. That's going to make a difference. That'll look way better. Okay. Okay. Real grown-ups, not pretend grown-ups. Hold on. Gray, there's this nice dynamic between Casey, Lemon, and Gray. It's so freaking. I don't know how to describe it. It's very, very heartwarming to see the way you guys interact. It's. I think Jackie must have a great community there. Hey. Okay. Let's make it a little darker. Am I being a little too, like, obsessed with my own candles here? Are the flames too big? Candle flames shouldn't be huge. But they do look nice here at a distance. I think the statues might need to sit back a little, just so they're easier to read. Or maybe we make their text all black, just to make it a bit easier. I don't want people that have to like squint to see it, you know? What if... they all have it, none of them have a surface material override. Okay, what? There we go. They all right, that's what it is. If I get all of these, I should be able to go like that, and then like that. And then like this, color, albedo. I make them all like that, all black. Has it done all of them? No. I'm gonna have to write a script to do that, I think. But it does make it way easier to read, and I think it's the right way to go. All right, that's an issue for another time. Yeah, they all need to be black, dang it. Okay. We can do that. But this looks sick. This is starting to get there, guys. A little smaller, because it looks cool now, but a candle geometry. Okay, hold on. Color curves, not there. Okay, not that processor. It's going to be here. Okay, so the height, 0.2, even 0.1. Nope. 0.2, 0.5 becomes 0.25. There we go. Now we got like modest candles that look realistic. Their lifetime might need to come down a little as well. Is that in the... That's not here, that's here. So, Shadow Wolf. Okay, hold on. Looking good? Nice. 3:15. You're right, Sergius. I'm wrapping soon. Is it just me, or does it feel like the need at least 32 gigs of RAM so your PC can smoothly run with like your search engine in the background and other programs? Yeah, what tends to happen with Windows is it just gets like more and more bulky and more slow. Demands more and more of the resources. It's like, I really would be going away from that to, when you can, Linux, I think, is the solution on a computer like that. Depends on your computer, but truly. Okay. Let's get it placed right. Right on the wick. Yep. That seems good. Okay. Lifetime. This node to interpolate towards the end of their lifetime. Hold on. Pre-process, speed scale, 0.5. What if we... .8 maybe? Lifetime... I think 0.35 might be too short. 0.4 just might be the sweet spot. 0.9, maybe like 0.7. Yep, okay. One more run through the crypts. Let's place our, randomly place our statues once again. Our candles. I do think it would be cool if every time this started, it wasn't just an editor script. It did this every time it started. Would be quite cool. Because then you'd be able to, like, you know, it wouldn't be the same lighting every time, but let's go have a look. You do love us? Hold on. What did Greybeard? Yeah, look. Everything that happens in this chat stays in this chat. It's like Vegas. This chat is like Vegas, is what I'm hearing, guys. I should be placing bets. Okay, let's go down. Have a look in our Crypty Crypt. Those flames are probably much better. Let's go see how we are at nighttime with them. They look a little two-dimensional. Not that one, though. That one looks fine. No, it also looks two-dimensional a little bit. Why would it be like that? I guess is it the turbulence? I don't know. They still look cool. All right. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. I'm into it. We definitely need we definitely need to turn off lights as we enter internal and external environments. So that might be a thing for another stream. But for now, isn't that cool? Aren't these freaking candles awesome? I like them. In fact, one last tweak while we're here. Let's make their scale 1.5 on everything but the y-axis. So we get nice fat candles instead. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's much better. And then what if we randomize the Y scale a little to make them different? Yeah, definitely. For sure. Great idea. When placing the candles, randomly scale their Y height to be a value between 0.5 and 2. 0.5 and 2.0. Nice. This will do it. This will do great. Excellent. And we could also scale their X and Z a little bit. Also scale their X and Z between 1.5 and 2.5. That'll be cool. Yep. Ensure that when you scale the X and Z, they're assigned the same random number so that they do so uniformly. And now we're going to get lots of random candles. I'm very much so not enjoying this Laravel system. I have to deal with. I'm currently trying to make a chart widget and it's being an ass to me. Yep. Dude, these things, you just have to persist through them. That's the way to deal. Honestly, it's the way to deal with it. You have to persist. Okay, now do we have random heights and random... These all look the same. Okay, hold on. For each candle, position, location gets changed, and then the scale gets changed. It looks like the scale is getting changed. Have I just not built this first before running? Could be that. That's a very wide candle. Oh my god, these are all incredibly wide candles. I have regrets. I have regrets, chat. They are all chunky. This is not what I expected. We're gonna make this all... This is just gonna be one. One more time. Why is this not now one? Oh, because I didn't build, of course. Of course. Why are they rotated weird now? I mean, it kind of works. Not gonna lie, I don't mind it. But we need to generate that again without the wax now. Yeah, we're gonna need the wax to be different. All right, that's sick. Wax is a problem for another time. Wax is a problem for another time, but for now, I feel like I can be pretty happy with this. I'll separate the wax and the stem of the candle next time. Fantastic. I'm gonna rate it, guys, because it is 3:30, and I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna start to get my patterns good for what's happening next. Who we got? Who's Natster? I don't remember. I'm not sure why we're following Natster. Ooh, Mr. Live Producer. Definitely hitting up Mr. Live Producer. Let's do it, guys. You all ready? I met this guy in at a really cool meetup in Brisbane. So make him feel welcome. He plays VR. We have to try and get him to play On Point, guys. So harass him to play On Point because he's very good at VR games. So see if he can play that game for us. That's our mission. Get him to play On Point because he has a really good YouTube channel where he plays VR games. So definitely do that. Definitely do that. So ready up. I think we got 40 people in the stream and 34 viewers ready. All right, good night, everybody. W stream. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I hit the gym a little bit too hard, so I'm feeling deflated today in a way that I don't usually, and I don't like that. I really want to be like excited and energized for every stream. So it's as good as any to go to bed early. But this will be a fun raid because yeah, he's been streaming for a really long time. I don't know. And his YouTube channel is great, and he does some really good VR game reviews. So yeah, absolutely. So I'll stick around. Good night, Sergius. Good night, Crazy. Good night, Lemon. Good night, Greybeard. Goodbye, Shanks. Hello and goodbye, Shanks. Hello and goodbye. Nice to meet you. We're raiding out. See ya.